You had a boy or a girl, babe? Hi, doobie-doo. See, this is what happens when I don't tell people I'm coming on. Usually I tell you all, but I'm sure you can imagine why I didn't pre-warn everybody. Oh, congratulations, Caitlin, darling. Oh. That's fine, Observer. Of course you can. Oh, it looks like comments in the live were filtered already. Oh, my God. Not even getting warmed up yet. What's that about? Right, what's going on here? Right, it's saying I've got to unlock Vimto, the boxes. So give it a few minutes, babe. I'm hoping it should just let you into my box. I don't understand why it's doing that for some strange ass reason. However, one second, I'm just getting comfy. If everyone could just tap the screen and get me up to 10,000 likes, I'd be so appreciative. It's just so it keeps us a little bit protected throughout. So I'm just going to discuss now a little bit of last night, and obviously if anyone wants a recap, I'll give you one. Last night I was quite disgusted and mortified with the fact that Rangy had set up a little show. So he basically got someone, he made a profile called Don One. I mean, who the hell calls himself that? You know, especially a flipping female, it just don't make sense. And she come on out of the blue to say at the beginning, number one, she knows the victim to Mr. XY personally, right? Personally. And what she wants help with from LCS News is to get in touch with the victim and reach out to her. So I'm thinking, hang on. Number one, Mr. XY did not get found guilty of any misconduct during his time as a police informant. And them victims in Operation Sanctuary was not linked to him. He was already a known rapist with other criminal activities behind him, which led him to become an informant. And he had good connections with these criminals, which that's how he led to this Operation Sanctuary. However, it clearly states in the reports, in everything, in the reviews, that Mr. XY was never found guilty of any misconduct. Therefore, that means there is no victims relating to Mr. XY from Operation Sanctuary. So last night I'm thinking, hang on, what's going on here? What? Like, who's this victim? Because Mr. XY was found not guilty of any misconduct during his time as the informant. So what victim are they actually talking about now? And why is he showing this desperation? So I continued to watch, and a little part of me was like, wow, that is disgraceful. It's a bit of an insult, really, isn't it, to the victims in Operation Sanctuary. And in total, there was over 300 girls, but only 150 of them actually managed to get their cases heard in trials. Now, the saddest thing is, which I can't get my head around this, if there was a victim from Operation Sanctuary, why are they going to reach out to Rangy? I mean, look at Sammy Woodhouse. She is a massive inspiration. She showed women on here and out in the public how you can break silence, how you can tell your story now safely. Why is this Don One profile with 180 odd flipping followers jumping in going, why I, man? I know the victim, innit? Yeah, Rangy, I'm glad you cleared that up. Now, Rangy's been accused of being Mr. XY for over 14 months. Why did he not make that a topic of discussion last night? Why did he not speak about this Mr. XY and, you know, what it's done to him being accused of Mr. XY? No, what he did, he staged the whole thing, especially now, given the fact that there was no victim to Mr. XY during Operation Sanctuary. I cannot believe he's actually done that. I can confirm Mr. XY was definitely not Somalian. I have got the report passports, which I found, you will see they were all, you know, Pakistani heritage. So if you read into Mr. XY, you will see that Mr. XY turned on his police handler and started accusing the government and the police and social workers of being racist and everything else. Well, let's analyse Rangy's behaviour today. Anyone speaks up about him, or, you know, thank you, Nikki darling, you say it how it is, that's it. You're now a racist. You're now a perpetrator. He will put out allegations on you, and he's got no shame in doing that. Thank you, Observer, sweetheart. So as time's gone on, right, last night I just thought, you know what, I'll get up today, rerun that video, go over it, and God, guys, I kept like going over and over. At the beginning, the lady says she's got permission off the girl who she knows personally, but then through it, she's now saying she wants to reach out to the victim to get her story out there. Eh? You've just said a minute ago in your own words, you got permission off her. So what do you need help to reach out to her for? That's where they slipped up last night. Now, to top it off, as we watched that little movie, well, you know, I've been accused of being Mr. XY. Did you see how he twiddled his ear? He picks his earlobe. I don't know if you've seen it, but I pick up on all of these little things because it's highly important. He starts fiddling the earlobe. Now, that is nervous. That's him feeling uncomfortable about talking about Mr. XY. And it's writ all over his face. Last night, that little showdown he did. Now, it has actually got me wondering, where is this woman in Newcastle? Who is she? Is she part of the team? Sorry, guys, I'm not really taking note of the comments, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change the screen over for a minute and we'll explain about these charity things in a second. We'll stick his ugly mutt up. Anyway, so last night, I'm thinking, right, so this was a setup. Who is this woman from Newcastle who's jumped on and gone, well, I could tell you now, Mr. XY, this and that, because Mr. XY's identity is not publicly out there for a reason. I know who it is. Obviously, I did my homework. I've been at this for a very, very long time. Not stopped with it. So I know the facts. I've even sat with the police and said to the police, if you don't put him out there, then I'm going to keep doing it and you can arrest me all you want. Well, the police won't arrest me. Hence, that's why I'm sat here after 14 months now. I will not stop doing what I'm doing. It will take a lot to get rid of me. That's all I'm saying. So this guy better have a big enough army, because every single man that has come my way so far, that is it. They've been put in the places, which we will go into as well later on this evening. So last night, let's go back to that. I'm thinking, right, well, this woman's popped up out of the blue. Bet she's been paid or something, because for one, a genuine lady would not call herself Don Juan. That's like street talk type of thing. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Rangy's in his 50s. What's he acting gangster for? Them days are over for him. So I thought, okay, 180 odd followers. She's been set up here to do this. And then when they talked about the victim, I was gobsmacked. I really was, because that is the lowest of the low. That is just, it's delusional. How can you make up this victim that never even existed from Mr. XY? This is where people haven't done the homework. And what Rangy does, he will spin his own narratives and get people to follow it. Now, after last night's performance, I've just watched a little bit of Rangy tonight. No mention again of Mr. XY. But what he did promise this woman was he's going to bring out evidence and proof that he's definitely not Mr. XY. So today, I've watched him just now, and he's giving it the same old script. He's not said nothing about Mr. XY. What he's done, he's sent in his third little parties, and I know one of them's watching me right now, because he's got this desperation thing of Queen Bee. Haven't you, Talib? So last night, I felt it was a bit of a setup, because the night before, I'm in Brother Talib's live, me and Vimto, and we was discussing all this situation, and all of a sudden, Rangy's done this setup on his live, and Brother Talib ends up in his live. And then after Rangy's live last night, we end up in Brother Talib's live. And in there, we still had Rangy's minions coming in, abusing me. which we did actually get on record. And the comments, guys, massive trigger warning. I do apologise. I was absolutely mortified and it triggered me that much. I probably did go a little bit OTT, but yeah, I give this guy a good going over on the TikTok with my mouth. So, what this person did... Hi, Rose, darling. I hope you're feeling better today, sweetheart. Big trigger warning. TikTok will love you. This guy had commented, who's a good friend of Rangy's. The account is now called If You Know, You Know. His original name on here was MI, which I've already previously shared with you, the threats that he's given me with other people. And he put on the comments on Brother Talib's live last night, if anyone wants to see inside Inspector Queen, get on OnlyFans. Then he was threatening to release videos in a nearby cinema near me, like proper promoting this disgusting filth. It was vile. Evening, Lindsay, sweetheart. So we got all that recorded, which that will be going up tomorrow with, you know, I like to do a thing every morning where I just get up, put out a few things for you, because it does keep everyone on the toes and it does work. I don't want to gain out of this. The only thing I want to gain out of doing this is just everyone to listen to me and know what is going on this app. Now let's go back to the Mr. XY situation, because I don't want to go off tangents tonight, because I have literally got everything in a pattern how I want to, you know, get this live done. So as I say, last night was a massive setup. You've got to bear in mind, I've been coming at him now for 14 months. Now, why has it took all of a sudden 14 months for this person to all of a sudden turn up out of the blue, despite all the stuff I've put out, and it's gone viral? I mean, I've had posts what I've reached out 40,000 views, nearly 100,000. Now, my other account, as you know, the Inspector Queen one, got took down a few months ago, and that was absolutely raging with everything. So, unfortunately, since that account has been took down, I am now starting again on this one. However, there was enough people that seen these posts. So, why has it took now 14 months? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Oh, this is why I'm called Crown Prosecutor Online, because... yeah, I just collect the evidence and the facts, put it there, and these men do not like it. So, Rangy, let's get into his history, shall we? Rangy at the moment is being targeted, which he is, not by MI5 or 007s or, you know, whatever. No, he's being targeted by his own community. And English people, and the African community, and the Asian community. And that is for reasons such as snitching, you know, basically taking money, rugs, yeah, running away with rugs and money. And what happens is, when these people come after him, he then runs to the police and goes, "Officer, they're all grooming gangs." Yeah. Do you know what? That's how he plays. That's what he likes to do. I think you've all seen by now what Rangy likes to create, and then he likes to play afterwards. He likes to be a victim, doesn't he, in his own little world. So right now, I can actually tell you, I've reached out to many Asian communities on this app, and I've actually let them know, please be careful of this man, because what he's doing... 1 minute he's in a group with Tommy R supporters. You know, he's going to be doing this and that with them, protesting. Then he's saying horrible things like, well, I'm not even going to repeat them because they're vile, but the racial slurs. Then he's going against the Asian community by sitting there, like, being disrespectful with the white community. Then he'll go to the white community again and slag the Asian community off. But then early hours in the morning, Rangy likes to sit there and talk about the Quran. He then likes to speak to 12-year-old boys and girls online, talking about how they should believe in what he's telling them. Do you know what that is, in my eyes? Radicalising. So we're not just talking, he's radicalising these children, making them believe now that the school teachers are going to hurt them, not to trust the social worker. So God forbid any of these kids right now are online. They are being genuinely, you know, hurt at home right now. They need someone to reach out to. He wants to take full control and say, look, kids, don't trust these workers because they're going to butcher you, they'll drink your blood and blah, blah, blah. that worst case scenario, because he knows that is going to put the shits on anybody, especially vulnerable children and adults. So then what tends to happen? These children are like, really? Oh no, that is really bad. And what do I do? And then what do you think he's doing? Come and believe in me. Come and trust me. Thank you, Observer Sweetheart. Come and trust me. Believe in me. I will be there for you. And that is how these groomers then have gained their trust with these young people online. However, I've been observing this donut for the last 40 months, as I say. And the moment he sees Crown Prosecutor Online or Queen Bee or Inspector Queen, because they're all my accounts, anyone who sees any of them names, that's me. Because I want him to know that I ain't going nowhere. And every time he sees me, it's, how old are you, child? I'm 12. Right, get him out the box. But he's been sat there already for an hour telling him all these worst case scenarios. Rangy likes to play a dangerous game, and it's called Snakes and Ladders. And that's Snakes and Ladders. Do you remember when I said to you, he knows a lot about MI5, the police, and you ask him about social services. Let's be real here. He knows nothing. Absolutely nothing. He will focus more on MI5, military and the police. So while he's focusing on them, you're thinking, God, he's got some right injustice there with the justice system, and he really keeps going for the police or the MI5. Like, what is it that connection ties him so bad to them? Well, I'll tell you what it is. Yeah, he turned on his police handler in 2019 when he accused him of being racist. He also turned on school teachers, the police, and authorities. Now, you've got to ask yourself this. Police informants, yeah, it's usually about rugs or, you know, the county lines and stuff. Why are these police informants going to be screaming at school teachers and other professionals? It don't make sense, does it? Well, I'm going to put it into sense for you tonight, because once again, this is where Rangy has now gone wrong by coming into the spotlight and trying to be this, look at me, do you know what I mean, I'm the king. Well, he's not. Now, not only has he been doing this with the children early hours in the morning, but he's also making vulnerable parents on here believe that they can trust him. So then they're sharing the children's details, and one of the things he likes to do is, what care home is she in? And then this person will go, well, you know what it is, Rangy? My daughter, Julie, she's in green, and everything I'm saying here, guys, is just a decoy. I would never put a child at risk or anything like that. You know, her name's Susie. She's in Greenview Care Home in Sheffield, Rangy, and I need your help. Do you know what to do? Get in touch with me privately and I'll help you. So then I'm thinking, hang on. This is what's happening. These women, the moment they say they've got details of the children, the daughters, and they're in care homes. Exactly, Sally. You know the score, hon. As soon as, basically, they've handed them details over, that is it. That is it now. That's gold dust to him. But to me, do you know how frustrated I get? Because I sit here and I'm livid, I'm fuming. I think some of you by now know what I'm like when I'm piping up on here. And it's not that I'm an angry well, tell a lie. I am an angry person when it comes to these people. Because how can you sit online and preach you're all about women and children when you're there abusing them at the same time, and you're doing it in broad daylight? You know, right now he's sat on his live going, yeah, well, social workers are corrupt. Social workers, you know, they take children for nothing. Is it really for nothing? Do you know what I mean? Like, nothing is ever Rangy's fault. And that's what pisses me off with his character. He can't sit down and go, well, I've done it. Yeah, he's live now, Lindsay. You know, he can't put his hands up and go, well, I have done this wrong and I have done that wrong. No, he blames everyone else. But what gets me about this character, everything is grape related. It's all SA, grape. How many other forms of abuses do we have out there? Financial, domestic violence, physical abuse, emotional abuse. But he doesn't believe in emotional abuse, apparently. It doesn't happen. That's what he says in his words. He just focuses on grape and SA. And that's where else alarm bells rang for me with this character. So then when I went into Operation Sanctuary, And I'm investigating this now, and I'm thinking, hang on, Mr. XY here. Yes, he does observe her. Please, guys, keep reading the comments. I can't keep up with the comments because when I'm talking, I don't want to go off tangent. So that's why I try to just focus on keep talking. But, guys, you talk away in the comments. As long as, obviously, it's all appropriate, that's fine. But if anyone knows anything or whatever you want to pass information, try and do it discreetly on here, and one of us will get back to you. So please just... yeah, be careful and watch what you are saying in the comments to safeguard yourself, guys. So when I looked into Operation Sanctuary, Mr. XY, well, this is a character who was created to basically go out and dob in all the other grooming gang members. So Operation Sanctuary come about in 2014. Now, these are the facts that I need you guys to sort of like now, literally... I need you guys to get on the ball with this. You see the court papers of Rangy's that are on my TikTok? 2014 and 15, them dates. Rangy says in his own words, which I have put out there, in 2010 he broke silence. That's when the Rochdale cases started coming out in the media. If anyone knows, you'll know that's what happened. 2010, 11 and 12. And I know that because I live right round the corner from Rochdale as well. So... it was all on my own doorstep. My own police force were involved in that case, and I can tell you now, when Rangy come to my police station not long ago, trying to do his little intimidation tactics, but it backfired. He made a comment, which I have showed you all. These guys are good. Ashton Police Station are very good. How would he know my police station are good if he doesn't know Ashton Underline? Which is very far from Middlesbrough, really. I mean, I'm not just round the fucking corner. Do you know what I mean? TikTok will love you. I'm not just round the corner. So, what I'm saying here is, how would he know that my police force are amazing? So I'm thinking, oh, he's just dobbed himself in there. He's just basically told the whole world he knows Ashton Police Station, even though he claims he's not from Manchester, he doesn't know Rochdale, but he does know Rochdale because he's actually got a lock-up there where he keeps all his stock. Yeah, I've got all the information on that and the receipts. See, I'm thinking, wow, this guy's just making it obvious now for himself. Well, luckily, I'd actually had a word with my police station and told them, and my council, if you see this big daft van pulling up outside, then you better do something about it, because number one, he's an embarrassment. Number two, he ain't coming to my police force trying to aggravate me, not a chance. And the police round here won't aggravate me. Do you know why? Because I am actually helping him out by giving him information on Rangy, and I'm doing it publicly. So I'm not bothered because I'm saving women and children. So he can keep coming for me all he wants. Well, what he did, when I started letting people know who Rangy was, Mr. XY, because I've gone into the police station and told them, you can arrest me if I'm lying. Arrest me, I could be making this man's life hell, couldn't I? I'm basically telling the world he's a paid predator and blah, blah, blah. Well, do you know what CID said to me? How did you know? Not, are you sure, Michelle? You might have got it wrong, Michelle. It was, how did you know, Michelle? Will you do it in another cup, please, babe? Thank you. So I'm like, see, you've just said it there, officer. I tell you what, here's my wrists. Put my wrists out. He didn't want to arrest me. I said, why don't you want to arrest me? He said, I don't need to. Listen, just tread very carefully what you're doing online, and whatever you do, do not be sharing too much about the legal side of things. So I said, right, fair enough, I won't. Which I haven't done. And this is where now it's a bit of a struggle for me, yeah, because you've got to understand, when people are coming at me and they're like, well, how do you know this and that? I know a lot more than what I'm actually telling you now. It's just, if I'm going to release that to you guys, what do you think that's going to do to me? Then I'm going to get in trouble by the police. So I'm not even going to bother. Like, I'm not going to put myself in that situation. Not a chance. So anyway, as I say, I go to see the police. Then he turns up at my police station. So he recorded himself and he said, I know these guys, they're really good. Then a few minutes later, he comes out recording himself again going, I need your help, guys. And I was like, eh? What does he mean he needs people's help? Apparently my police force would not take a report from him. Well, do you know, that was a proud moment for me, because a few days before I was actually sat in that police station, which I have been weekly for the past 14 months, sharing all the videos of him talking to children online, all the videos of him, you know, putting out threats, where he's even threatening professionals. He's going to rip them new a-holes. Well, I'm sorry, but if he can talk about professionals like that, women, and he's got an ASBO because he's going around abusing women at their places of work, then what's he capable of doing to a woman online that is reaching out to him? Do you get what I'm saying now? And for months I've sat here and I've took all the abuse. Like last night, I got it on record that one of Rangy's partners in LCS, trigger warning guys, said that disgusting comment to me, and there's Rose and Vimto in this right now that can confirm it. Thank you, Open Heart. And that comment was, trigger warning, TikTok, we love ya. If anyone wants to see inside Inspector Queen, then go on OnlyFans. Watch out, Inspector, because there's going to be videos coming out at a cinema near you. Well, we got all of that because what's Rangy just been on bail for? Making inappropriate images of me and posting them out there, which I would love to show you that side of evidence, but I can't, because I'm not going to exploit myself further anymore than what I already have been. Do you know what I mean? It's not nice. And instead, I've been put into the firing line. Rangy's incited all this hate and violence. For what? He won't speak up himself. He doesn't want this conversation with me, but he'll go running to men and get them to come towards me and abuse me, go on about my body image. This is a man who claims to help women and children. Do you know what I mean? And we could call him a superhero during the Operation Sanctuary if it didn't actually say Predator paid 10 grand to spy on grooming gangs. Do you know what I mean? But his credibility is already out the window. And after last night as well, this is where a bit more Rangy's credibility is going to go out the window. He made a comment that he wasn't aware of Operation Sanctuary, right? Now, everyone knows Operation Sanctuary was one of the biggest scandals in the UK when it comes to social workers and NSPCC, because they was responsible in some sort of way for these girls, you know, going through these crimes. But yet, don't forget, Rangy claims to know about all these cases, doesn't he? The corruption, social services failing children. Well, how could he not know Operation Sanctuary? I mean, it was on his doorstep. Like, how do you, like, yeah, there's just no coming away from that. And for me, I think that's where now his credibility's just like gone, because he's supposed to be telling yous where all this corruption is and where all these scandals are, but he could not go on about Operation Sanctuary. It's a show. Now, 2 years ago, we sat there with Dr. Anand on a podcast, and I put it up for you to see in that new video. If anyone hasn't seen it, please go and have a look. Right, I blasted it up earlier for you to see, and I put it together just to put it into a little bit more context for you guys. If you have a look at that, you will see he says in his own words, yeah, well, it is just like that, you see, because Dr. Anand says to him, it's just like Operation Sanctuary, isn't it? Well, yeah, it is. It's just like that, you know. So that was 2 years ago. So what I'm saying is, Rangy 2 years ago knew about Operation Sanctuary, but yesterday he didn't know about it, and all of a sudden we've got a victim called Don Juan who's come out of the blue after 14 months of this being a massive thing. But as soon as the Asian community starts targeting Rangy now online, he's employing people to come his way out of desperation. He's like, I need help now, I need to cover my back. Shit, everyone knows who I am. Do you know why? Why do you think he's playing a game of snakes and ladders? This MI5 and police shit. Because number one, and I have made this point, he could still be in operation today. Woo! So let's think like this now. You're a campaigner for children and women against social services. Well, you should just stick to that campaign. How do you go from saving women and children to your water's toxic? We're now going to send you out some plant seeds, right? That's going to feed your family. We're now going to create some world war going off. We're now going to do this and we're now going to do that. How is that relating to saving women and children? Do you know what I mean? Well, he's actually gone in all these different groups, snaking about. 1 minute, Robbie the rat catcher. They're called peace officers, where they like to dress up as fake police, and on the badges it says peace, right? I mean, come on, peace. But they do actually resemble police officers, which I think is scary. These people are allowed to wear a uniform that looks like the exact same as the police, but as long as they change the name on it, it's all right. They can arrest you and take you anywhere they want to. That's kidnapping in my eyes. However, Rangy was actually joining these little groups. Now, 2 and 3 in the morning, he's sitting with Asian communities now, going on about how he hates sometimes the English communities, and then he's in the English communities talking about Asian communities. He's just, this guy is playing a dangerous game. So I won't lie, me, right? I'll just say it how it is. People don't want to hear it. I don't care. I've took so much abuse as it is anyway, and I'll continue to do it because I know at the end of this, I know what's going to be coming, let me tell you. So I'm like, hi guys, you know, in fact, I've met quite a good few Asian ladies on here that are not stupid. They've all got good minds and souls, and they've got a good flipping mouth on them, and they have seen Rangy for what he is. I've met a good few Asian men on here, heart of gold, you know, really nice people. They don't want no part in Rangy's little games, and if anything, some of them have even thanked me and said thanks for letting us know, because he is a bit of a snake. And that's why I'll continue. I'm not gaslighting situations. What I'm doing is I'm telling people to watch out and be careful, because I'm going to show you something now. Right, so bear with me. Rangy and his family members. This is how we become Mr. XY, and I want to do like a little bit of a pattern to show you how he was created, because he does actually say in his own words on that video I posted earlier, I have been created into this good criminal that I am today, and surveillance. Now look at that, guys. Does anyone recognise any of these people here on the screen? I'm sorry about the comments for a minute, guys, but I just need to, because now, if anyone is watching on behalf of Rangy, why don't you go and hit his nerve with this? Eh? Eh? Just because it don't say grooming. We'll get to that part in a minute. Let me tell you now, we will. But this is where it all started for Rangy. So let me just sip my coffee, guys, and I'm going to tell you the story. And just bear with me because my breathing is terrible. Right. Let's get comfy for this one. And as I say, guys, I am sorry. I'm just really poorly at the minute. So I'm trying to, like, go with the flow, if you know what I mean. Okay. So you've all looked at the screen. You've had a few minutes now to digest who's on the screen. Look at the two Latifs. And I'm not just saying this because they've got the same surname before anyone starts doing all that narrative bullshit. Oh, look, Rangy. She's accusing you of being such a person, because Rangy is not on here. This is Rangy's family. So, he remembers Omar and Kayam restaurant. Yeah, you remember the one that Rangy said he never knew about? Well, the other day, in my good friend's live, because that's what I consider you as now, Lindsay, and you, observer of YouTube, Rangy had made a comment. At first, no, we wasn't aware of Omar and Kayam, and then, yeah, it was just getting a little bit inconsistent for me, the way he was answering. Well, eventually, but oh, that's it, my brother had some dealings there. Well, he shut it down. 1 minute, he's just said in one term, yeah, because I've actually gone over on that video and looked at it. In one term, he goes, my brother had some business dealings, yeah? And then he was getting targeted, apparently, because he spoke up about child SA. That was in 2014. Thank you, Eagle. Then, he actually says his brother shut it down. Now, which one is it? Did his brother have business dealings in there? Or was he the fucking owner? Because I've been told off the niece he was the owner. But what Rangy tried to do was sort of sugarcoat it. So what I am going to be doing now is I am actually going to be looking into that further, because 2011, I do believe that is when an incident occurred with a sharp thing, and Rangy was actually involved in that assault at the same time. So I'm going to be looking more into that, guys. But he slipped up about that because for months, Omar and Khayyam was a restaurant owned by his brother, and that is where the abuse on these poor young girls were being taken place, upstairs in the flat. And after what he said the other night, it really just like tipped me over the edge type of thing, I'm sure you can all imagine. However, I want you to look at the screen again for a minute. Them two Latifs at the bottom, I know 100% this is linked to him. I've had personal connections to him confirm this. And also a whistleblower. I'm not going to be giving that whistleblower's details out. However, that whistleblower is so strong and, well, put it this way, I can't get no better evidence than what I've already got. And it's just unfortunate that I can't say too much, but I will not put her identity out. However, she sent me the link to this to let me know this is how Rangy's life started to fall to pieces. So he started grassing on family members. Now, Mr. Ahmed was actually Rangy's brother-in-law. Now, if you all remember, I told you a good few months ago now, we're going back 8 months, Rangy's sister and husband had a meat shop on Norton Road, Stockton. And it was on the same road as Rangy's clothing shop and Omar and Khayyam. Now, outside that restaurant and the meat shop, one night Rangy beat his wife up, TikTok will love ya, trigger warning guys. He actually hurt his wife outside that meat shop, all because he caught his wife talking to his sister. And what had happened at that time, Rangy didn't want his wife talking to his sister because there'd been some family dramas. The reason why that was because previously Rangy owed Mr. Ahmed 55 grand for a business deal that had gone wrong. Well, I'm sure you can see on the screen what really went wrong there. Do you know what I mean? So then, yeah, Rangy started grassing on his brother-in-law, going to the police saying, look, my brother-in-law's part of a grooming gang, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the charges did not stick with Mr. Ahmed for the grooming. However, though, Rangy's sister and Mr. Ahmed caught out Rangy for essaying their disabled child, a disabled girl, in the early 2000s, which we are going to go more into throughout the night. Trigger warning, guys, back in the early 2000s as well, Rangy and his brother had raped a 15-year-old girl after sharing her around and using a broken bottle. Sorry guys, that is a lot to digest, so I do apologise that I have to repeat that, but it is an awareness live, so I am sorry. So that comes up obviously on Mr. XY's previous, which I'm going to go into in a minute. However, Rangy had this criminal background now, and basically he owed Mr. Ahmed money, got caught out for doing that to his niece. Moving forward from that situation then, what's happened is Rangy's mum had to pay 10 grand to a top-notch barrister who then saved Rangy's backside in the early 2000s from going to jail, and he went in the register for 3 years. Then when the second offence come about with the 15-year-old girl who was not a family member, and you have heard him, you know, yourself, say quite a good few times, family members, he blames everyone else basically for these rapes that have took place on these poor young victims. It's never him, but he was just always there. He's always involved. He's always there. He's always present. Do you know what I mean? So after that, what happened was He then got with his wife. He was 26 when he got married, which is correct. And he would often abuse his wife, go out for days on end, sleep out, tell his wife he went night fishing. Well, that's what all the groomers said, they went night fishing. Yeah, all of them. And really, they were out there raping young girls, clubbing, being a bit of the Jack the Lad, going against the religion as well, really, because they're going out, drinking, smoking, not having no respect for the women and the kids, you know what I mean? And I do believe as well that during the time Rangy had a shop, a clothing shop, it has been disclosed to me that he would often use young 10 and 12-year-old girls that were friends of his children's to go in the back room and dress up in saris. Promise them they're going to be a model when they're older. And if he's watching now, I hope I'm hitting a nerve, because I ain't going to fucking stop. TikTok, we love ya. Do you know what I mean, guys? I know a hell of a lot more. Do you know, if you knew some of what I knew, some of yous would be vomiting, because that's all I've had to deal with for 14 months. So let's take it back to this. He started grassing here. This was the sort of route, really, how Mr. XY come about. So as you can see, these are serious offences, right? Rangy then got into a bit of a debt with these guys here, as, you know, his own family members, because they still want paying. They're not just going to, you know, leave it out. So Rangy didn't want to pay him. So Rangy went to the police, dobbed them all in, but also tried to say that they were grooming gangs. However, the police then signed him up to be a covert human intelligence source, and that is what happened for years. He become this informant. So he's now gone from reporting gangs and groups in rugs. Now the police are using him for connections into grooming gangs, because it is true, where there is rugs, you know, there's other crimes, trafficking, trigger warning, guys, prostitution. There's a massive, wide scale of criminal activities that it's like a money machine to them. It funds them, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, no matter what, it goes from rugs to now they're selling women. Then the women are bringing the money in. Then it'll go into, like, sometimes even organ trafficking, human trafficking. It's just a big, massive, wide scale of it. However, I am going to make this clear as well. Rangy likes to use that word trafficking. He knows all the things about trafficking, apparently. You know. And what I have noticed about him lately, he's been telling everybody on here, especially the Asian community, no, I'm not grassing on the Asian community. No, I'm not saying yous are all grooming gangs, because you do know, by the way, his own community are now starting to question him. Why are you saying, Rangy, it's all Asian guys when you are an Asian man and you're supposed... And I get that. And do you know what? I actually genuinely do feel sorry for these Asian guys on here that actually do look up to Rangy, because he's fooling yous. He's taking a mickey out of yous. How do you know, just like Mr. XY said in his own words, got to pretend I'm one of the boys? Do you not see what's going on? Just like he did here with these on the screen. Do you not think he's not gonna come along to your little group share and find out about your dodgy activities, and he's not gonna go running back to the police and start dobbing you in and all of that because you're finding out who he is and shit? Trust me, because that's what he's been doing. He's snaking around and he's going group to group. He's going into let's save the water and the planet when he should be out there fighting for kids and women, apparently. Why is he going into these different groups? Ask yourself, why? Because he's collecting information. Then the information from group to group, Robbie the rat catcher, you've got some of these EDL protesters that he's now joined up with. Then he's going to the Asian community going, no, it's social workers I'm saying that are trafficking our children. Hang on. Some of these kids actually do need rescuing from bad parents. So these groups never want to sit down and admit that, you know, sometimes genuinely social care do need to exist, whether they like it or not. But what he's doing is making out social workers are taking children for nothing. It's a load of bull crap. And what he is doing is collecting information and data and he's handing it in. He wants to report all these crimes. This man 1 minute here is claiming he's going to rip everyone a new a-hole, but he's running to the police on me. that Inspector Queen said, pow, 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 she's going to shoot me and blah, blah, blah. It's like, come on, big man. Do you know what I mean? I thought you were out there fighting the nation. Now you're still outside a police station crying over a woman like myself who's sat here going, this is Mr. XY. Do you know why he's running to the police? Because he's panicking now. I've let it out the bag. He's a police informant. So for months, because everyone was still trusting him, you know, he was like, yeah, I'll just leave her to see what she wants. I'm not letting it bother me. But now it is bothering him. So last night, that little show that he put on, getting some strange woman called flipping Don Juan, and the giggle she made as well, like, Rangy. Does that sound like a genuine victim or someone who's empathising there with these girls from Operation Sanctuary? No, it doesn't. What it tells me is this is a setup, and this is someone now so desperate he needs to come across on here now and save his reputation, and he ain't saving no reputation because I'm going to destroy it. Right? And as I say, he could be classed as this wonderful character if it didn't say Predator was paid 10 grand to go and spy on grooming gangs. So what he's doing today, he uses this local authority news desk thing as a cover. And that cover is to get in his victims. You know, a woman can come in from a bad day. She's had shit with social workers. Then she sits down on TikTok and you hear him, I will help you get your kids back. You know, he's proper selling it now like a salesman. And some of these women are like, hi, Rangy. Yeah. You know, my daughter, well, she's just been essayed and, you know, I just don't know what to do. Like, that's reality. Right, I don't like speaking like that because, you know, that's not me mocking anyone, but that is reality. That is what I hear every time I hear him on here. So I'm thinking, oh no, you've just told the whole world what's happened to your child. You know, that's number one. I don't like that shit. Number two, I can hear now that woman is so upset. She's very vulnerable, very distressed. He's now going to play at that. It'll be, message me after this live and I'll get in touch with you direct. But he doesn't offer anyone else direct. No, they've got to go on LCS and get a ticket. And then they'll be waiting months to get a reply. But if you're a young woman who's presenting in this state, oh, he'll contact you directly after his live. You're now VIP. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm just going to give you a heads up on that one because I have noticed that a lot. So these women will be like, Rangy, I need your help. And he'll promise them everything. Now, as you know, a couple of days ago, we've just had someone else come forward. And I'm not going to mention a name because, you know, I've been here keeping a lot of women, their identity on a low. And for that reason, I have just had so much abuse. It's unreal. But I'm not bothered. Keep coming for me. Leave every other woman alone because I ain't going to tolerate the shit. So this poor person has come forward a couple of days ago. She's told her story and, you know, the reality of getting to know Rangy. He's also used another decoy, ladies and gents, which I don't know if you are aware of, but we've had all the other names. He's now using a different one called Rangy. And he's using, what I have noticed is he's using different names in the hope that people won't start talking, won't start sharing information. And what I am proud of this person for doing, they actually went to their advocate worker and said, look, is it okay if I have this man involved? And luckily that advocate worker said, no, it's not. He's a danger. In fact, she even received confirmation that he was a rapist. High risk. So once again, to anyone who wants someone to just come in and help you, please do what that lady did. Because if she wouldn't have done that, she could have clearly now been in a... Sorry, guys, my son's just come home. So the dogs are on one. You know, she could have been now in a situation where it's too late. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, really, really too late. And given the fact that this poor young girl, because she is young, you know, she's very vulnerable. You can tell she needs a lot of educating around what awareness she needs to do online to keep herself safe. And that is where I've, started to help her a little bit, which that is what I love doing. I don't ask for nothing in return apart from just for you ladies to keep yourself safe. That's all I want. So, after hearing her story, it gripped me and broke my heart, because for the last 14 months, she was a prime example, her story the other day, of what I have been trying to put out as awareness. So this lady comes forward. Rangy only wanted the details of her children. She's now been under some form of protection because of Rangy. Do you understand? And then he's used this tactic, and I am absolutely livid that this guy thinks he can keep threatening kids. Because, give me them boxing gloves, because I ain't scared of this man. He's been telling this woman he knows where the kids are in the foster placement, and he'll hurt them if she speaks up. Do you know what I mean? Then not long before this lady, we all know we had another lady that actually worked at LCS that thought she was actually doing something genuine. And a lot of you think you're doing something genuine when you're trying to join different charities on here and things, but this is where I'm trying to learn you need to double check who you are joining in with and what you are doing and who these people are, because if they haven't got DBS checks and they don't want to show you the past, or this is where you've got to say to yourself, no, I'm not satisfied with this. I want to know genuinely past backgrounds. I want to know who I'm working with. And that's the only right thing to do, because now you're putting yourself in a situation where you're accepting to do things, third party, and now you're doing criminal activities and you just don't know it. And I've actually taught some of you this. When some of you are reading out Rangy's little narratives about his wife, well, now you're incriminating yourself, because there's a restraining order that states he's not allowed to speak about her, neither is the third party. But he does that because he wants to use everyone else to do his work so he doesn't get into trouble. Just like the abuse that I've been taking. I'm getting men from all over that look like Timu versions of Phil Mitchell's, do you know what I mean, coming at me, going on about my body parts and the rest of it. They are delusional. And these are the type of men that once they've got you under their wing, that is it. They're going to make it hard for you to get away. Now let's go back to Mr. XY. I went a bit off tangents then, guys, but I am really, after hearing this lady the other day, it really whoa, I was overwhelmed. I had to sit down, take me inhaler, and I was just like, Jesus Christ, I could not believe it. So yeah, this is where it started for Mr. Latif anyway. So them at the bottom there are Rangy's brother. One of them's his brother and the other one's his nephew. And to top it off, Mr. Ahmed is his brother-in-law. So they all turned on each other because obviously Rangy was found to have got them sent to prison. And then from that, now he started grassing on other rug dealers, and that's how he led into Operation Sanctuary, because before you know it, Rangy's now in a mess with all these criminal organisations. Now we're going to get to a point in a minute as well. Just give me a second. Let me get this up here. So Rochdale grooming scandal. That come out in 2010, 11 and 12. Rangy states in his own words he broke silence in 2010. He did. Broke silence in 2010. Well, he was a market trader, Rangy. And he was a market trader for a while in Rochdale, all over Yorkshire. You know, he used to travel to do his market stalls and whatnot because he had a clothing store, which meant he had a lot of designer clothing that he wanted to sell. I'd hardly call it designer, do you know what I mean? The guy's wearing Slazenger in 2025, so I don't really know, I don't think he knows what designer is, if I'm honest. So yeah, I mean, he hasn't got no fashion sense, I can tell you that one. So that broke silence in 2010. Then 2014 and 15, he says in his own words, which you've all heard. There's no coming away from that. I've not manipulated anything. I've not AI'd anything. Wouldn't even know what to do anyway if I tried. I need someone to do that for me. You know, all them little posters and that. I'm rubbish when it comes to stuff like that. I just do the talking and that's my job. So, after all of this, Rangy's voice, in his own words, well, in 2014 and 15, a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old were great. Then in another podcast, it's a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old were great. And I'm like, hang on, he's just said 4 different girls, 4 different ages. And he actually says, this is embarrassing, he goes, one was English, but in white, you know, in English. That's what he says to the police. One was white, but, you know, in English. Like she's some object or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, wow. And then he goes, and the other one, well, she was Asian, Pakistani heritage. And I'm thinking, is this guy for real? Seriously, like, what is he playing at? Why? How can you sit there and say you're present during grapes? Well, one night, I caught him in an Asian person's live. And what he was saying in this Asian community's live, and I think he was actually discussing, like, you know, Palestine and stuff like that. So I'm just like thinking, what is Rangy showing his, you know, interest for? Because any other time he sits there, yeah, going on about Palestine, oh, they're not good people, but then he'll go to the Asian community and he'll say, I'm here to support everyone and support. He's just a wronger like that. However, he slipped up, guys, yeah, because I caught him out. He's in this live, yeah, I heard that, totally unacceptable. Exactly. Yeah, Faisal knows what I'm talking about. So, get on this, yeah, guys. I'm listening to him. And he's telling everyone now, right, well, you know, it's social workers that are doing the grooming and the trafficking. And I'm like, hang on, you said in a live the other week that it was Asian grooming gangs and that your own community had turned on you. And when he were being questioned by his own community, he'd get a bit worked up, a bit stressed out. Then everyone else was talking for him. Then he had some absolute lunatic called, well, I won't say his full name on here, but he better just know. He better hush his gums because he don't scare me if he's been to jail with a record with 22 criminal convictions. Like, I'm supposed to care, like, please. Do you know what I mean? I'm coming for the big fish, not the little fish. So, yeah, he's called Unknown B. That's what I'm going to say. Do you know what I mean? So then he started coming for me kids, threatening me kids. Right, my 19-year-old, like, is going to do something. I mean, I'd love to see him even try it. But the point is, it was showing now, well, I'm getting abuse now. What's going on? Why is the Asian guys now sticking up for Rangy, despite me trying to show him he is now going behind their backs and doing whatever? And I didn't mean no tormenting this. I'm not here to tarnish anyone, and Faisal in the comments here will tell you all that. I'm not a bad person like that. Do you know what I mean? But I'm thinking, hang on, he's really got everyone fooled. And when I started showing people on here, look, please don't trust Rangy, because he is going to start going to the police. You know, he's getting information on you. He'll start getting info, go to the police. Some people will come back and say, yeah, he's a muppet, I don't trust him. Some people would tell me who he was. I've even had drug dealers that knew Rangy back in the day. And I'm talking big fish now, yeah, not little fish. I'm talking big fish that come forward and said, look, we know him. He got done for grape. And that's why some of the mates, the boys, as they refer to, some of the boys back in the day come away from Rangy because Rangy went round and tried grassing up all his own friends. He doesn't have one decent friend. Ask yourself, why are they all little bald-headed white men? Eh? Little white bald-headed men. Now, Faisal is in the comments, and obviously he's an Asian guy. He can tell you now, yeah, no guy like Rangy in his community. What I'm saying is, it's not normal to see an Asian man be sat with Tommy R's groups. Am I right or am I wrong, Faisal? Please put in the comments on. And this is what he does. He'll sit there and he's inciting hate. And it's, you know, it's a form of terrorism, really, because that's what he's doing. Correct. There we go. And, you know, he's basically putting his own community down. He's making out that all the Asian men are grooming gang members and this and that. But then what he'll do when the Asian community is calling him out, which I said earlier on this live, this is what had happened one night. They called him out on this live and said, but Rangy, you're now portraying your own community of being part of this grooming gang scandal, and, you know, you should be here supporting us. Like, what's going on? Why are we seeing you in these Tommy R groups, and why are you putting your hate out? Do you know what he said? Guys, yeah, I'm sorry if I got it wrong. Yeah, I got it wrong. It was a mistake. I don't know how many mistakes this guy can possibly fucking say sorry for. But yeah, it was a mistake, apparently. A mistake. He doesn't mean to be hanging around with the Tommy R groups and sitting there, you know, going against, well, his own community and putting out terrorism threats for them as well. I think it is hypocritical, and if it's that hypocritical and he's behaving in that manner, what else is he capable of? And I'm not shouting from the rooftops he's a police informer for the fun of it. Hell no. Because I'd love it. Where does it say on our council tax bills, yeah? Our invoices. We pay council tax for predators to go out and do a policeman's job. Because the last time I checked, we ain't paying no pedo to be going out doing a policeman's job. Do you know how upsetting and frustrating that is? Because right now, many of us find it hard to get justice. So we're supposed to trust the police, but knowing the police can pay predators to go out and spy on people, that is now the police putting people like us at risk. Like, what the freaking hell's going on here? All for the sake of a gagging order and for police to protect themselves. Now, I'm going to make you aware, Mr. XY, yeah, was a police informant for 6 to 7 years prior to Operation Sanctuary. What I'm telling you is he's been at this for a very long time. So, you know all this, I'm not going to go off TikTok. I'm going to keep being confident. He's got no choice but to keep up this confidence bull crap because, like I say, he's either still operating or he's just being cheeky and he's got no shame. But I am telling you now, I promise you faithfully, he is doing something and he's up to no good. He's planning on moving to Ireland. 1 second, guys. I had to do that jigsaw thing on the screen, sorry guys. So he's planning on all of a sudden now moving to Ireland. Why Ireland? Do you know what I mean? Why Ireland? Is this guy taking a mickey or what? Because now I think he is actually insulting his own community even more. The other night, he was actually saying, no one's coming over here taking over. We're going to send them back. Like, how dare you talk like that about the people you're supposed to support? And sometimes people say, Michelle, but why are you getting angry over that? Well, I am. Because I thought it wasn't about race or religion. I thought people, when we do these groups, yeah, and we come together to help each other, this is where now the divide is coming in, because we've got people like Rangy putting hate and spreading hate in different places. Do you know what I mean? It's not about saving women and kids. He just wants to be noticed. Now, police informants have to be noticed. Do you know why? They have to become a poster boy or something. And I don't know if anyone's ever done a research into what a police informant looks like, but you can go on Google. It'll tell you. Police informants like to present as protesters. And if you're working as an agent for MI5 or the police, that is where you would usually go into groups, protesting groups. And then they collect information, they find out who's who. You know, Rangy goes quiet for days on end. He's not delivering nothing to this app. If you're going to expose grooming, you know, things like that, you would have something to bring to the app. We've seen nothing other than, as he likes to say, copying and pasting. So if we've got an article off BBC, that's going up on his LCS News. If there's an article in Sky, that's going up on his LCS. That's not his work. I thought he was a journalist. You know, now, I think it's fair to say I could become a pretty good journalist because I've gone away for 14 months, looked into this guy, and I think I'd do all right. That is how a journalist works. You go away, you've got to investigate yourself and present your own work. But no, he sat back in, puts his air zoot in his mouth, lay there at night. He's like, oh, I'll share this because it looks important. It's to do with children's social care. So then people are falling for it and going, oh, yeah, I'm with you on this, Rangy. And I'm just like, wow, you're with him on this. It's not even his work. He's an embarrassment. And no one's jealous of him either. I'm sick of a lot of people saying that. Michelle's jealous of Rangy. I don't need to be. Do you know why? Because number one, I love being I love being me, basically. That's what I'm saying. I'm a woman. Right? I don't want to be a man. Especially not a perverted man like him. Number two, I've got good fashion sense. No, but realistically, what have I got to be jealous of? I've got a clean enhanced DBS check, which I was in my local newspaper for passing not long ago. You know, I've done peer mentoring, I put things into the community. In the next couple of weeks, I'll be going into the women's centres to be going to do some education with some women that have come out of DV situations. They've now got to complete a number of courses for, social services. So they are seen to be working with the local authority to get the kids back. And what my job's going to be doing, voluntary as well, free, with my council, is promoting to women how to keep themselves safe online. Costs nothing to do that, does it? Just like I do when I come on here. So, as I say, all this stuff that I do, it's not about tarnishing anyone. I'm not going out of my way to, I'm definitely not jealous of him. 100%. I don't need to be jealous of him. We've got different things going on. And for him, he wants victims. He wants to hurt people. I don't. And this is what I'm trying to get at. And it hurts me that a lot of women are the ones at the moment that tend to be going, oh, you're lying about Rangy. Are you his ex-girlfriend? No, I'm not his fucking ex-girlfriend. Do I look like... I'd rather stick pins in my eyelids, right, than even go anywhere near that. And I can 100% tell you that one right now. But what annoys me is women, these middle-aged women, they've got daughters, they've got granddaughters, but yet they just don't want to listen to a little bit of free advice or a concern. So when I say, hey, Barbara, can you be careful of this guy online? Well, what do I need to be careful of him for? Well, he's got a bit of a past, Barbara, and, he shouldn't be near kids. Then you've got Barbara go, oh, shut up, I've known Rangy for about 6 months now online. He's not like that. Like, you what? You've known him online for 6 months. Eh, Barbara? So come on then, what do you know about Rangy? Tell me. Well, I know he's a good man because he posts online every day. That's not verification, is it? Do you know what I mean? That is not verification. I've actually spoken to people who know Rangy since 1995 and known him all his life. So I'm not going to be putting up with no Julie's, Barbara's and, whoever jumping on the bandwagons going, why is he doing this as a cause then? Why is he trying to help women? He ain't helping no one. What some people need to understand on here now, I'm not getting angry, I'm not shouting, I'm very passionate when I say this. This is how groomers and fraudsters work. They will promise you the world and they've got nothing to deliver apart from heartache, abuse, empty wallets, empty bank accounts, and your children disappearing, right? And this is now where some of you need to start pulling your heads out of, your moon, your backsides, basically, and you need to start saying, do you know what? I need to give my head a wobble. Why am I reaching out to these old men online that don't have a wife, don't have a life, they haven't got a pot to piss in, they're all living in HMOs, flats, B&Bs. Why? Just like now, I'm going to go into the Mr. X one. I know I went off tangents again, but honestly, guys, you need to stop asking that question. Well, why is he doing this then? Because this is how you get victims. So women from broken backgrounds, women who've just lost their children, women who are going through a hard time and they're emotionally, really down and they're reaching out. This is what he wants. This is what he wants. Once he has got you where he wants you, he can then abuse you. And do you know the most saddest part as well? Not only has he done AI images and revenge P on myself and other women, but right now he's actually blackmailing an Asian lady. Right? An Asian lady. Blackmailing that he's going to send an inappropriate video to her father. Now, what do you think that is going to do to her? Do you know what I mean? What does that mean in the Asian community as well? We know the fathers are very strict, so he knows what he's doing by using this as a threat towards this poor young lady. Well, the good news is I've now signposted her to the police. She's getting a lot of help and support now, which is great. She thanks me all the time, and I say this all the time, I don't want you to thank me. I'll thank yous for listening to me. How about that one? Because you know the things I've seen with my own eyes in reality the last 14 months, you only ever see this, you know, on basically TV. That is the truth. And a lot of you, I've actually heard you guys go, God, you know, it's like hearing something off a movie or whatever. No, not a movie. It's like them documentaries you watch, you know, when 24 hours in police custody, or like you think, Jesus Christ, no way has that actually happened. But you don't think you're ever going to come across similar cases, and you're actually going to be now, you know, in the middle of this whole situation. It's like bam. And the reason why I am so glad that I have documented everything for the freaking past 14 months is because now Rangy will not be allowed, he better know this, to even touch me or come near me. In the moment he does anyway, his fingers will be running away. Do you know what I mean? Chop chop, bye. Because he don't intimidate me and he don't scare me either. My ducks have got more substance in them. Do you know what I mean? You've all seen what my Hulk's like. Jesus Christ. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, Rangy does not scare me. However, he would not be able now to physically come near me, do anything, third party or nothing. Exactly, Sally, he is, darling, he is rude to women. He won't be rude to me, though. He wouldn't be able to touch me or my kids because I have publicly documented threats, third party threats. Even last night when one of his minions, that little partner of his, come in and said that disgusting thing about me. Luckily, recorded, picked up, there we go. And what's happened is I've sat back, and I say this quite a lot. The loudest is the weakest. Now, we all know, like, Rangy likes to brag. Just like last night, that little setup, that was him being too loud and proud, which is now going to backfire on him. I always say, stay humble, sit back, and just bite your tongue. And as much as I have found it hard to do that at times when I've had bare man coming at me going, oh, you're this, you're that queen, you're a prostitute, you're this, you're that, whatever, don't care. You know, they've even set up a profile of my mum, who passed away 8 years ago, hasn't been on this planet for 8 years. And if she was here, believe me, she'd make mincemeat out of these. You all know that, don't you? Because that's where I get it from. She taught me to be the strong woman that I am today. However, if he is watching, unknown B thought he could set up profiles and go on a live. And my son come across his profile with his grandma's picture. And you know, as soon as my son started piping up to these lads, they all go quiet. Do you all think that my son is a little tiny boy and he's going to shut up and do what he's told? Well, he's not like that. He definitely isn't like that. So when he started going into the box the other night, you know, just to give everyone a heads up, he is literally a grown-ass man. So he's saying, why have you got my grandma up on this picture or whatever? All these guys are like, come on, dead big boy, or whatever, you know, threatening one another. And it's just like, you're all a joke. You're all fucking... This is all for the sake of Rangy, that one man who never wants to speak up, but yet we've got all these people now arguing. And to be fair, I think Unknown B is actually a decent person when he wants to be. And, you know, usually I'd say, do you know what? I can't let something go, but luckily I'm going to let this go. I am going to let this go, luckily. But I think really he's a decent person. And I think really now he's realised, haven't you, Unknown B, that, you know, you have been messing with a bit of a wrong and he's now making you look a little bit bad, and everyone's arguing all for the sake of this man that is now sat on his own live doing his own talking, but doesn't want to come in here and talk to me, doesn't want to talk to everyone else and answer questions. It's got to be on his terms. Have you not noticed that? So if Unknown B is watching right now, Unknown B, I urge you the other day, apologise to my good old friend there in the comments, Sally. I've heard you apologise to a few people now. Well, I'll accept an apology. And you know what? I'll apologise to you as well. You know, because I think I was a bit abrupt as well. And we can let bygones be bygones. But what I'm trying to say here is, should all communities be arguing and being divided because this one man keeps putting us all out there to what? To rage bait. To argue. We're all adults. And if we're all here with genuine causes and genuine hearts and we just want to do our own thing, why are we all arguing over Rangy? Because when a man doesn't want to speak up, but everyone else is speaking about him, that's alarm bells. But now he's sat on his own live talking, but I've watched everyone defend him for weeks now, and he sits there quiet on other people's platforms, but he's on his own platform right now chatting shit, but he won't speak up any other time. But yet you'll see me and Bez going at each other, then you'll see me and other people going at each other. Why? Because what's happening is there's people exposing their behaviours when really you're probably not even like that. You're probably genuine people, do you know what I mean? Nice people. I get you might not like how, you know, I live or whatever. That's fine. But to be fair, I live a nice, peaceful little life. I've got my ducks. I hatch my little birds. You know, just leave me alone in my back garden. That's my little haven. But I'm not here to argue or tarnish or cause dramas or make people look bad. If anything, I am trying to help everyone right now and give the Asian communities heads up that this man is a snake and you all need to be very, very careful. And at the same time, not only is he snaking on communities and he's doing this and that, but he's harming women and children in the process. And you know, God forbid, you people that are arguing with me when I'm only trying to help you, that could be your sister, could be your mum, could be your niece, could be your daughter. Do you know what I mean? Because everyone's too busy arguing and we're not actually focusing now on what the problem is. Now, Unknown B, and if he isn't on here right now, hopefully someone's recording it. Well, I know it's being recorded. You know, someone can share it with him. I genuinely do think this Unknown B is a decent lad. Right, I've heard him quite a few times speak very well. Nice, actually, to women. I don't know why he's got it in for me. Well, I do really. I know it's Rangy getting into his head. But I'm here trying to do you a favour. I'm not here to come at yous and do whatever. You know, I've been consistent for 14 months. Rangy is not consistent. I'm not trying to do all this vote for me, not Rangy. I'm not down for that. You know, and I'm certainly not gaining anything out of doing this. But I blocked because he was rude to me and I told him I'm boss. Exactly, Sally. But, you know, Unknown B needs to understand us arguing, it's not going to help, because what he's doing now is when he's reacting, it's going worse because he's now being exposed. So what I'm saying is I'm going to let bygones be bygones today with this Unknown B. I don't want to hear my name being mentioned, right? If you've got thoughts about me, then keep them to yourself, that's fine. But, you know, we don't need to be bringing children, other adults into it, and especially not my dead mum. What has she actually ever done to anyone here? She's been gone for 8 years, and I don't even think TikTok's been around that long, has it? 8 years? Or if it has, you know, I certainly wasn't on it when my mum was alive, and she was never on it. So why is it fair for that? Even, why is it fair to go on my social media and get my personal pictures? I used to do modelling years ago. I don't understand why is me being, you know, doing modelling seems to be an issue as well. I'm a grown woman. I ain't doing nothing wrong. I have my own mind. I've got my own body. I used to be 15 stone and I went away and lost a hell of a lot of weight and I felt really happy with myself. So when I got, you know, opportunities thrown at me, of course I'm going to take it. And I did. But you know, today I don't do things like modelling anymore because all I seem to be is like an object to men's eyes. They look at women like you're objects or, you know, you're being used and abused and it's not nice. And I do actually see that now. And it's so sad. You know, women cannot be a woman today in peace without men having to try and body shame or put you down. But it's all right for a man to go out on a weekend, yeah, go and do whatever he wants with every Tom, Dick and Harry. He can go against rules, regulations, religions, whatever, yeah, but us women are supposed to what? Sit at home and keep stum? Don't think so. So yeah, we are entitled to do what we want when we want, and no man will ever tell me what I can do with my life. So when people on here try it like, oh, well, you're a slag, this and that. Why? Because I'm laid there in a pink, nice little two-piece, you know, set and it's a little bit too revealing for you. Well, does your girlfriend know you're actually watching me? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what they don't get through the thick heads. Even last night, I had that MI guy going, if everyone wants to say, you know, Inspector Queen, blah, blah, blah. Why? What is the need for it, really? Because now what you're doing, you're just promoting people to go away and search me up, and it's just vile, innit? How would you feel if that was your girlfriend? It's disgusting. However, I'm not ashamed of being a model. I absolutely loved my time doing my modelling and everything else, and I loved it. And when I'm an old woman, I look back at them and go, God, where I an absolute beauty, eh? When I'm there looking like a flipping sharp edge, you know what I mean? But yeah, I do love myself sometimes now because I worked hard to get where I am. I don't need no perverted man to go, oh, look at you, Queen Bee, because I think really they actually like looking at me, if I'm honest. Do you know what I mean? It's always the first thing that's on the mind. And with Rangy, he'll often sit in a police station and go, I think Inspector Queen's having an affair with about maybe one, maybe two, or maybe half a dozen GMP officers. Like, come on. We all know what he's doing. Do you know what I mean? He's polishing off the fucking chief commissioner at fucking Cleveland police station every other week. Jesus Christ. All these social workers, that he knows. All these police commissioners. I mean, did anyone know you had police commissioners in family law? Because I didn't. Do you know what I mean? How do you end up going on a child protection conference, but then you've got police commissioners, chief commissioners coming on board? Who are these chief commissioners? Because the last time I checked, it's quite hard to get a CID officer into your child protection meeting or something. So how is he requesting chief commissioners? It don't make sense. So how the hell, what is he getting them sacked for? Now guys, I'm going to come up with a point for you. Give me a minute. Rangy tells everyone, yeah, he's got kids. We all know the youngest son is 15 now, nearly 16. He's wrote to Rangy and told Rangy, leave us alone, me and my mum. We can't stand you. We don't like you. You're a waste man. I've got a new dad. I'm happy. You know how it is, don't you? So Rangy's like, no more child benefit for me. He's fucking livid now. Do you know what I mean? Because his other kids are all like, at this point, 19, 20. Now, in 2025, his older kids are 24, 27, and 30. 30. Do you know what I mean? And yet he's sat on here going, I've got my kids. They're not kids, they're adults. And the one that's under 16, who's about to turn 16, hasn't been allowed anywhere near Rangy unsupervised since he was about 10. So these are the things you don't want to share with you. However, I'll share it with you instead. So during 2015, how old would them older kids be? 18, 17, 18, 19. I don't know, so you have to go and double check. So I'm thinking, well, why is it out of the blue? He is now literally, in his 50s, got this fight with social services. His kids are older now. He's not experiencing nothing with social services. So why would he, out of the blue, want to come on here, tell everyone his child's been kidnapped when clearly he knows where his son is? He messed the contact up himself in 2017 when he took a blade to the contact centre and he got caught with it. And you know what his excuse was? He uses it to slice up his apple and cheese while he's in his truck. I mean, how pathetic is that? Do you know what I mean? Of course he's going to get kicked out of a contact centre where there's children carrying things like that, because what's that going to be seen as? A high-risk threat, especially when there's children in the building. So from that moment, social workers then started to support, obviously, his ex-wife. He's no longer allowed any more contact with the youngest child. And to give you a heads up, guys, Rangy also likes to threaten children, not just his own, by the way, children in general, with black magic. Did you know that? Yeah. So give me a minute. I'm just going to go and get something up and I'm going to come back on the screen. I just need to read it so obviously I can repeat it on here. So just give me... So just give me... So just give me... a minute. So, the ex-wife already had a restraining order. She had to get a non-molestation order as well. She didn't know at the time she could get two, but she got two, which I've actually seen confirmation of. I know it hasn't come from the ex-wife, so we're not going to be putting her in danger and people assuming, oh, look at her, she's teaming up with Rangy's ex-wife. I've never even met Rangy's ex-wife, but luckily, it's a good job that I went to the police 40 months ago and said, I think this man is inciting hate on his... Watching on behalf of Rangy right now. I hope this hits his nerve as well. Rangy was found to be using black magic as abuse against his children. That's why our social services got involved for his children. That's why they demanded the daughter should be remaining in the mother's care, because he was using black magic. 1 minute, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go and... I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go and... I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go and read... I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go and read the next thing. Oh, Rangy's uncle, who was an old man, clearly, married a 17-year-old Romanian girl. After abusing her and selling her out there on the streets, he got her pregnant. She got sent back to Romania with 2 young little baby boys. Oh, yeah. You know that story he tells you lot? You knew about these Romanian, a woman and the children. Well, that was it. It was his uncle. His uncle married a 17-year-old Romanian girl, which was then took to conference because Rangy's whole family were busted for smuggling Romanian girls into the country. And I think you can use your brains what for and what they was doing. And then to top it off, if you all type in guys on Google, which you will see the proof, immigrants found in the busts of car wash takeaways in the Cleveland, Middlesbrough area, whilst Romanian girls had to be rescued. Well, that was all Rangy's family members. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go and read the rest. 1 second. 1 second. the Choices programme, if anyone is aware of what that is. The Choices programme is basically a programme for men, for perpetrators. However, a referral was done originally on behalf of Mr. Latif, where he was claiming his ex-wife had run off with a youngest child. He's now been abused financially, mentally and physically by her. Anyway, after a PNC check by the chair of conference and the refuge at the time where his ex-wife had gone to, after that check was conducted, it come back, Mr. Latif was a high-risk offender. He was also done for grape under 16 and grape over 16. That was on the PNC warning markers. And in 2015, them court documents that I posted up for you all to see, just read the dates. The dates are there. It was took to conference because now at this point they are concerned about Aisha, which is the youngest daughter, who is now an adult, and I have been given permission. I can read that out because with Rangy, every week he talks about his daughter, who was once a social worker, by the way. Now, that poor girl did not want to be a social worker, and this is where now we've got to empathise with his kids, because they did not ask, obviously, for their dad to behave the way he does. And I do believe these children of his are absolutely brilliant. They've all got wonderful heads on them. They all do their own thing. And what Mr. Latif don't tell no one on here, his kids are embarrassed by him. They are disgusted, and that's why you will never see any of his family or his own children coming on telling their stories, because it never happened. And I'm telling you now, the daughter never went through this abuse that Rangy gets people to read out. The boys, they've never been through any abuse. In fact, they can't stand their father. As well, Mr. Latif likes to abuse his children, where if they don't do what he wants, he'll often say things like this. Now, I hope he is listening. How would I know this? The phrases are, oh, when I die, don't bother coming to my funeral. You're all dead to me. That's how he speaks to his kids. And yet he's coming on here going, I love my babies. Yeah, I love them very much. No, he doesn't. What he's doing, he's using this cause today because he wants funding. What his plans are, he's collecting money, stacking it up, and he's getting off to Pakistan. And this is what people need to realise. He wants your land. Like last night, he was asking people to donate land. He wants your money. He wants you to donate vehicles. Now, I'm going to say it. What campaigner goes round asking for vehicles, land, money? Do you not think that's just a bit greedy now? What does he need all these vehicles for? What does he need the land for? Now he's claiming he's going to be growing all these vegetables and fruit for the next, year, and he wants to gain £1 million a year to put back into the public. No. He wants that money to go and fund his lifestyle. He's asking women, do you want me to get you out of the country? Do you know what I mean? Why are some of you falling for this rubbish? And then the most hardest part is trying to explain the Mr. XY department, because people are like, well, how has he become an informant in all of this? Well, it's quite easy. He was originally in prison for his own offences. And then he got put on the list with the NSPCC during the Rochdale, Rotherham cases, even the Operation Sanctuary. His name kept appearing on a list, so NSPCC shared that with the police. And then eventually Rangy had no option but to dob these people in. But as well, he was already an informant because he was doing it with drug dealers. And this is what I'm getting at. That is how informants, they will grow. It's like getting a promotion for them. They actually genuinely believe they are doing good. They genuinely believe they are, their sins are now going to be forgotten about because they've now all of a sudden become a police informant. And just like Mr. XY went to the paper himself and said, I thought I was doing good. No, you're not doing good. Because I'll say it again, where does it say in our council tax bills we pay predators to go out and do a policeman's job? Do you know what I mean? It's sad. So, on here, you're probably wondering, what this is about. Well, I'm going to explain to you. Let me just have a sip of my coffee, because it's, honestly, it's dehydrating work, this shirt. So, him in the middle is Rangy. Some of yous may agree, some of yous may disagree, but really, I don't care. I want people to be open-minded. I want people to go away and look into him. That's why I do this. I want everyone to go away and investigate, because then that is how you will learn and prevent yourself from falling victim ever again online to anyone's bullshit and, you know, storylines. So him in the middle there is meant to be called Matloob Hussein. Him on the left with a covered up face with a scarf over the face, that's the same person, Matloob. Now, Matloob here in them images are actually coming out of court from the Halifax grooming gang. Now, let's look closer. So, if we look at Matloob's eyeballs and nose, you know, the bridge of his nose, that is where he actually wears glasses full time. And anyone who wears glasses full time, I know this. Anyone who wears glasses full time, they'll have imprints around their eyes, over the bridge of the nose. You know, and you can tell someone actually is supposed to wear glasses. Thank you, Ollie. So, yeah, right there, he hasn't got his glasses on. Now, I want you to take a look at the lips and them teeth. He's got like a really flexible top lip, hasn't he, Rangy? Do you know what I mean? It looks like a lopsided night tick. Do you know what I mean? I can verify that, yes. So, he's now trying to deny that's him in the Halifax grooming gang. However, in the original photo, when he's coming out the courts, he's actually with his own nephew coming down the steps, and his name's Cash Latif. So what I did to verify this, and Rangy didn't like it. I mean, Rangy went fully out at me really bad, you know, he did. Like, God, this is when he started calling me all sorts and telling me, you know, I'm a prostitute and things. That's how horrible he was being, and he got himself arrested. He made up all these videos and images and is in return. So I'm going to say it again now, and if anything happens in the next 24 hours on me, then we know we've hit a weak spot again, right? So I goes on his Facebook friends list, and I thought, I know what I'm going to do, because this is what all investigators, probably how they do it, innit, really? I went on the list of suspects on the grooming gang in Halifax. Then I goes on Rangy's friends list, and every single Halifax grooming member was still active on Rangy's friends list today. Well, he's now since blocked it, because obviously I shared up the screen recording of where I've gone onto Rangy's Facebook, gone onto the friends list. And you know me, guys, I'm just too good. That's why I'm called CrownProsicutionOnline, because in reality, I would have these perverted people locked up for many years, because it's how you get the evidence and you present it. And this is what he doesn't like about me. What I did, I put out there, why is he got all these grooming gang members still active on his Facebook? That is a cause for concern. Right now, he's, you know, window shopping victims. He's now in touch and active with all these grooming members, and that's when it comes to me. He's still operating. He is still operating. And I don't care about this waste man. Do you know what I mean? No one's going to convince me to, like, come on now, Michelle, you're being a bit harsh on him. I don't care. I'll say it now. There's a big, massive trigger warning coming in, whether people want to hear this or not. I want yous. Anyone who's got daughters now, this is going to hurt yous. And I'm sorry, it is a massive trigger warning, but I need you to understand why I'm livid with this man, and I am not going anywhere, because he ain't going to bully me. 15-year-old girl and a broken bottle. That's all I need to say. A broken glass bottle. Do you know what I mean? How is that not convincing me silly women on here, and yet they continue to go, Rangy, my daughter this, my daughter that. Do you know what I mean? And this is why I can't go away. And people, these little men can keep going, can't you be obsessed with me, Queen? Why are you obsessed with Rangy? It's not an obsession. Do you know what I mean? Them details there. One day, I'm going to be a grandmother. And I wouldn't like to have a granddaughter who's going to have to go through shit like that. Never. So anyone on here who's got a daughter, granddaughter, you know, even you and your own mother and your sisters, do you know what I mean? Like, it hits you where it hurts. That's all I'm saying. It hurts. So when I'm sat here giving out them details, trigger warning, guys, glass bottle, you can only imagine what that poor 15-year-old girl went through at the time. And yet we're all supposed to roll over and sit here and be scared of him. Well, I'm not. I'm not. And I'm telling you now, I could say a lot worse shit on here, but I'm not going to, because I'm a decent person. I'll just keep it at, I'll wait for my time to come with him. And he can take that however he wants to, because I've took enough threats now for so many months. And the worst part about it is, he's meant to be this man who's going to rip everyone a new a-hole. He knows where I live, by the way, guys. He got my home address. But he hasn't got the backbone to face me. And yet I have gone to face him. And all he does, he runs. Or he'll go, she doesn't stay around long enough. You've all watched me. I've gone live. You've watched me enter a taxi and go from one side of Manchester to the next. Do you know what I mean? And I never asked anyone to fund it. I did it myself. Because I promised you all, I will deliver the truth. Facts. And you know, once again, thanks, Eagle, going back to that 15-year-old girl, I want you all to remember this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because once upon a time, I was a 15-year-old girl. Yeah, 15-year-old girl, you know, being used and abused by a man, and, you know, no one ever wanted to listen, especially not social workers, especially not the police. If anything, the police made it worse. So, yeah, I was once 15. And when I look back now, I have so much anger because I think, God, if only I were on the ball, I would have done this, I would have done that. You know, I wish my dad were there at the time because he was my hero. But no, the police locked my dad up rather than dealing with the person who was abusing me. As long as it's a crime financially, the police will arrest the suspect and put them inside because, you know, it's financial crimes. But when it comes to these rapists and these abusers, look what they get to do. Roam the streets, get paid off the police, get put on the payroll, and we'll go out and look for more, you know, rapists, and then we'll start paying them so then they can go out and get us more. Why ain't the police today in general doing their job? And believe me, guys, I ain't sitting on here with my tinfoil hat on because I don't do all of that. But I do empathise with a lot of yous on here that struggle with the police. And every other week I'm having arguments with them. What needs to change? Put me in a police station. Let me observe online activity. And by the end of the day, I'd have a list full of suspects. But you know why they wouldn't want to deal with them, don't you? Because there's no money to be made. Do you know what I mean? And that's disgusting. The police don't want to touch crimes today unless there's money involved. Do you know what I mean? And once again, money had to buy this creature here on the screen to go out and catch a load of predators when we're supposed to have a police force that is supposed to do that for us. It just says it all, doesn't it? I asked myself the same question. Exactly, Ollie. Exactly, hon. They've got a lot to learn. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, guys, there's someone in here right now who hopefully may be able to confirm a couple of things. There's no pressure to them. So, as I say, Rangy is not allowed to see his youngest child. Can someone just confirm whether that's true or not, please, in the comments? I'm good, sister. How are you, darling? If you don't mind, yes. There we go, guys. Can you read that? I'm not going to read a name out, but I want you all to take a look at that, please. Yeah? There we go. And, yeah. So, to top it off, as I said earlier, I can confirm Rangy's ex-wife is still today in hiding from this man, and is still very scared of him and wants nothing more to do with him because he's the perpetrator. Can you just confirm if I'm right or wrong, my lovely, in the comments, please? And if you want, we'll have a catch-up as well soon, my lovely. Yep, look at Vimto's comment as well. Now, guys, I can go into a lot more, but I don't want to put this person under pressure. But all I'm going to tell you is there is someone very, very close to this situation. And, well, yeah, they can confirm everything that I've already said tonight and that I am going to continue to say so on this evening. So, as I say, now, let's go back to this situation here. So that's Rangy there, no glasses, nothing. He keeps going with the narrative. Oh, she's saying that's me, this is me. It is him. In 2015, now let's go back to his children, right? Talib's brother's watching. Do you know what? Talib's brother is always watching me, aren't you, Talib? Thank you, open heart. I'm hoping Talib, you know, better sort his head out after last night, and hopefully next time one of Rangy's minions wants to pipe up, maybe Talib can defend a woman. Do you know what I mean? Because that was quite, yeah, love you, queen, you know. So, let's just go back to what I'm saying, because my head tonight is just falling off with certain things. So, let's go back. He's got no glasses on there. You can see the imprints around his eyeballs. You can see it over his nose. You can tell he's supposed to wear glasses. But now he's telling everyone, oh, Queen Bee's accusing me of being part of this group, that group. And I'm genuinely not. Like, literally, I've gone away. I've analysed everything. I've gone away, spoke to people who's known Rangy since 1990-odd. Do you know what I mean? And I've worked it from there. I've had rug dealers. Rug dealers. You can't get no better than that. You know, where they're all used to be boys. They used to go out back in the day, do the little dealings. Well, I got told a lot of things, right down to the nightclubs that Rangy used to go into. You know, Rangy, he comes across like he's a businessman. And he does, because he's got the gift of the gab. But did you all know he's got a nickname? Anwar, I bet she's going to start laughing at me now. Anwar Diamonds. If you know, you know. Anwar Diamonds. Am I saying it right? I don't even know if she's still watching me. But yeah, Anwar Diamonds. The reason why that is so significant to Rangy is because, well, he used to sell products from the back of his van. And it was a bit like Avon. So, you know, like we have Avon, don't we? Well, there was this thing back in the day. And he'd go around and he'd sell bits and bobs. And do you know what he used to tell everyone? He's going to become a millionaire. And he should be watching by now. Hopefully his live's finished, because I hope he is watching. I want to hit all these different nerves tonight. So he'd tell everyone, I'm going to be a millionaire, me. So then, do you know what I heard? Did I say it right? It is Anwar Diamond, innit? I knew you'd be laughing. Vimto, you're funny. Oh, you're so funny. So, yeah, he told everyone he wanted to be a millionaire. So the other night, when he heard him, right, going, well, if I could just raise £1 million a year, I couldn't stop laughing, guys, because I'm thinking, Anwar Diamond, he used to tell everyone he wanted to be a millionaire, and now he's still got that in his head, like, his little dizzy brain, he's still going to get £1 million a year, like, what the fuck? Like, in reality, I don't even know many charities that even raise £1 million a year, and let's face it, he isn't even a charity. So, hi, Joe. I honestly don't. I was laughing. I was thinking, Anwar Diamonds. It took me about half an hour to pronounce it properly. Anyway, He used to sell all these like Avon products and that and think he was a businessman. Now, when I put that video up today, he's told you all he was a businessman. He had all these designer clothing shops all over the shop. Well, sorry guys, 1 minute. Why has he not got a business today? Why is this old man in his 50s, got no stable home, no wife? I mean, that's for starters. Do you know what I'm saying? I thought a lot of Asian men that I know usually have a wife. Especially the older ones, they'll have the wife who's cooking for them, doing everything, being that proper loyal, woman. And it's like, well, ask yourself, why hasn't Rangy got that in his life? And why hasn't he got a home? Why is he always travelling in that daft van trying to prove points all the time? Well, that's why, because he's running away. Every time someone finds out where Rangy is, he's got to get up to the next city. And that's why going to Ireland now and all that, oh, don't say it loud, I don't want people to know where I'm going. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're going to come out and be loud and go, look at me, I'm a protester, of course people are going to know where you are. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, he's going to Ireland, apparently, to live there. Why? Why would you be a 50-odd-year-old man needing to run away so badly, right? So badly you need to run away. Yet you can't even just settle in your 50s in your own hometown, chill out, have a nice, peaceful life. What has really gone on? And this is why I'm trying to tell you, Mr. XY will never have an easy life. Just like he said in his own words. He's always got to look over his shoulder. He's got to move around city to city. He's moved so many times. And then to top it off, I can get confirmation of the... So, can you confirm for me now, right? I want people to take notice of the comments. Hopefully she'll answer. I don't want no pressure though. Yeah, his ex-partner was basically told she had to leave Middlesbrough for her and her children's safety. Am I right or am I wrong? Could you please confirm that for me, darling, if you don't mind? Keith, you're funny. Keith, you're funny. Hang on. Let's see if she's going to just comment back. So, basically, if you look at Mr. XY, his family had to basically flee. Now, this is true facts. His ex-partner had to flee away from him. No one told her much more than that. And everyone already knows that because Rangy's actually told everyone in his version, oh, well, they removed me ex-partner. They took her away from me. No, they didn't, Rangy. She got away from you. Do you know what I mean? Because you're a danger. But he doesn't tell people that. So, I've basically been his ex-partner's voice, even though I don't know her, personally. I've never met her, which hopefully one day I will do. I'd love to give that lady a cuddle. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't know how she's put up with him. I really don't. Anyone who married this guy, you deserve a flipping medal. But I've heard and seen things that he's done to that poor woman. And believe me, if only you guys seen it, you'd be mortified. But I'm telling you now, she was told to get out of Middlesbrough, Newcastle. She weren't allowed there because she had to be put to safety for her and her kids' safety. So let's go back to Mr. XY. His family had to be put to safety because he was being attacked. Well, Rangy's often telling everyone he's being attacked. Now let's look at that 50-odd-year-old man once again. No wife, no life, no proper home, nothing. But now he's got people attacking him. Now, where I come from, where I live, like, if your home's getting attacked, you're either a snitch and it'll either be, spray painted on someone's door or something, or you're the NONCE and that'll get sprayed up on your house as well and it'll just keep targeted. That's what I'm saying. So no one in their 50s gets targeted like Rangy does. And if anyone genuinely does believe that MI5 is capable of doing all of that all over children's social services, then I'm not being funny, but I really do think you need help. Because I'm telling you, as much as do not get involved in social care matters. MI5 are there for serious matters. We're talking terrorism offences, you know, things like that. Protesting, that's another one. And this is what else I'm trying to get at the moment. I mean, Rangy keeps telling you MI5, you know, they're spying on people. He's made a point of getting someone called JJ to come on and do a story and say, this is what he's instructed this man to say, and this is what he did last night. He's told a man to come on here and go, tell them all MI5 arrested you and they accused me of being a terrorist, so now you're not allowed to work with me. He cooked up a story for this alcoholic to come on here and tell a story about MI5, and he basically blagged this man and said, let him know that they pulled you in because of me. So I'm thinking, oh my God, what a setup. I wonder how much he paid for that man to come out and say that. So then when he got called out about this MI5 situation, Rangy online, he was like, well, that's what I got told, weren't it? They pulled him in because of me, because they're worried that I'm doing terrorism. Well, hang on, Rangy, you've just discredited yourself now, because what you're doing is you're telling everyone you've got MI5 after you, going on about you're a terrorist. Now you're making yourself look bad, because why would you want to go around bragging that MI5 are coming after you? It does not make sense. I've noticed that open heart. What's Keith saying? Yep. Trust me, observer, we've got so much yet. It's just sometimes I'm like, there's too much to say, and there's too much. Like, this is how many things this man has done, and it opens a new door, and then when you just think you're shutting one, it's now opening another, and it goes on and on and on. And to say he's in his 50s, Jesus Christ, he's done some right living about with his life. Let me tell you, he really has. He's even lived a double life. You know what I mean? One that his wife didn't even know about. So, yeah, it's this character, it is just bizarre. Let me just take a sip of my brew, guys, because I need it. If only it was something stronger. I'm only joking. Can't tolerate alcohol. I don't like it. Knocks me sick. I call it the devil's juice beer. Ugh. So let's go on to something else here now. So you've all seen this, yeah? Well, that picture there was him coming out of Halifax courts when he was caught out for the grooming. Now everyone's like, well, why is Rangy in the Halifax grooming gang? Why is he in Operation Sanctuary? Well, that's quite easy. He's been a police informant for 7 years. If you read the court document and the reports that I've shared in the video, it tells you this, you know, Mr. XY had been a police informant before Operation Sanctuary for 6 years previously. Now, he said he broke silence in 2010. So the first operation was Rochdale. As I say, I know that one very well. It goes from Rochdale to then into Yorkshire, then Operation Sanctuary. He was an informant during all of these operations, and that's why today he's telling you guys he knows so much behind the scenes of corruption within the police, how it was social workers' fault that this big scandal has happened and children are being abused because social workers are allowing it, which we all know that. Like, don't tell us something we don't flipping know. However, he's spinning his narrative. He's not putting out facts, and he's sugarcoating it because it's illegal for him to talk about Operation Sanctuary. So what he did last night was an absolute show and a half, and I'm thinking, thank you guys, I'm thinking, what? How the hell did you convince a woman to come on and all of a sudden talk about Operation Sanctuary after 14 months? And guys, I can't help it, but I really am confused and disgusted. How did that woman even have it in her heart to sit on here and pretend she knew a victim to Mr. XY when there was no victim for Mr. XY in Operation Sanctuary? They made it up. And that's what got me. I was like, wow. There wasn't... It states, yeah, in the thing... Hang on, I've got my other phone. 1 minute. I would get my tablet, guys. You know, the new one that I got the other week. But, you know, my son's robbed it already. I can't have nothing. So I'm going to have to rely on my old crappy phone. 1 second. 1 minute, guys. Let me get this up so I can read it to you. It'll make sense if I do that then, won't it? Thank you, guys. Please keep tapping. That's all I ask for, and just listening. That's all I want out of this. And if you've got sisters, mothers, nieces, daughters that are over the age of 18 especially, please get them over here, because I think it's important that we all spread this awareness. It costs nothing to spread awareness, and I think we're all becoming a really good community. We could keep this community here on TikTok even safer if everyone got together like this more often. And we did put out, we named and shamed the wrong uns and put out awareness, what to look out for, how grooming gangs work and fraudsters as well, guys, quickly. Thanks, Eagle. Here's another little thing for you guys, just quickly. I know we're going a bit off tangents, but I just want to give you a heads up. There's a new tactic at the moment that some guys are using on here. They're pretending to be gynecologist doctors. And some of these women, I've been observing it, which I've got the recordings and whatnot, and I am going to keep monitoring it, but I have been sharing it with the police also. These women have got cuts, polycystic ovaries, everything, right? And what's happening is these men online are going, send me a picture, I'll tell you what's wrong with you. It could be a simple little cyst or just something, but on the body parts. And what they're not realising is they're sending them images over to these people believing that they're real doctors. Now, this is a man behind a screen claiming he's a doctor, yet really he's sat on Google and he's reading rubbish out on Google, trying to come across like a smart-ass medical profession. Please, ladies, do not fall for it. I know you can't get a doctor's appointment for weeks on end, months on end. I know that frustration, but please do not be gullible and fall, just like the social services cause. Do not fall for this online. The moment you share any images, that is it then. It's out of your control and you don't know how that image is going to be used against you. But we will be doing an awareness on that probably during the week. I'm hoping to do quite a few sessions actually on different topics. So that'll be next anyway in line, because I think that's highly important. So let's get back to XY. Let me put my legs up. So, police boss would have wished police supergrass XY had not been needed in the abuse scandal. So let's go back to what Rangy often uses. He uses the word, scandals across the UK, Ireland, Scotland. He likes his little scripts, doesn't he? Well, yeah, that is true. There was a massive abuse scandal, and he was part of that as the supergrass. Now, North East Police Chief Vera Baird has admitted she wished controversial police informer XY had not been necessary as part of Operation Sanctuary. The Northumbria Police and Crime Commissioner said paying a convicted child rapist to gain information about grooming sessions was a difficult moral decision, but she has defended the move by Northumbria Police, saying it ensured the speedier rescue of vulnerable women. The force paid a known child offender almost 10 grand to act as an informer as part of Operation Sanctuary, but insisted he was not told to attend any parties known as sessions. The man, who can only be identified as XY, was tasked to help the police in the investigation into exploitation of vulnerable girls and women in the West End of Newcastle. The offender was recruited as a police informer despite the fact years ago he had rugged, it gets me angry, this guy's trigger warning. Thank you, Observer. He had rugged an underage girl and invited another man to rape her after he had done so. That's the incident I told you guys where he was, you know, sent to prison in his early days. And do you remember when I questioned the fact that he's not telling you what assault he was remanded for? Do you remember when we all questioned the other day, well, you only get remanded for a week if they're investigating something really serious? Do you remember that? He still wouldn't answer what assault charge though, would there? Do you know what I mean? Like, affray, GBH, ABH, firearms, rugs. But it was an assault. And he doesn't name what assault charge. And when you quiz him over what assault was you sent to prison for, he goes quiet. Do you know what I mean? And that's why he doesn't want to show that enhanced DBS. And I know how DBSs work. I do know on some occasions on a basic DBS, if there's been recent high-risk offences, it will show up. But if it's been over 11 years, then it won't show up. And this is what I'm saying, like, he's got away with so much, and this is just for the simple fact he's still being protected today by police handlers and the rest of it. Because before I go this evening, I've got a bombshell to drop to use about the police. And you're not going to believe this, and I don't really care. You know, what are the police going to do to me? Arrest me for, what, opening my mouth when I shouldn't? So what? And what? No policeman will shut me up. And, you know, no rapist will shut me up. I've had enough of this justice system, and I wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't experience trauma in my life. So why am I going to shush for anyone? Do you know what I mean? Not a chance. Nah. Did that too long when I was a baby and a young child. I'm not doing it now. I'm 35 and I'm just not going to allow anyone to shush me. I don't care. So, Operation Sanctuary say paying a rapist was right. A police chief has said paying a child rapist 10 grand as part of an investigation into a grooming gang was the right thing. Steve Ashman said information provided by the man led to conviction of 17 men and a woman. How do we know that woman isn't the one who come on last night pretending to chat shit? Do you understand what I'm saying? Eagle has done a basic DBS and it's come up with nothing basically recorded. Like, how? Yeah, just use your mind, hon. I'm sure you can understand, like, nothing recorded on his basic DBS. But then he also did tell people this. You know, when you see builders, a lot of labourers are jailheads. Right? And I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just basically saying you'll see a lot of people come out of prison, go into the labour trade and the building trade. That's because they have a basic DBS. They are allowed to pass a basic DBS on a building site and work on there. However, if you're in a profession where you're working with vulnerable individuals, you know, like Rangy, he's got a website, he's claiming he's there to help vulnerable women and children. He should, by law and by rights, have an enhanced DBS with his past, and he should have that directly on his website. So his class is basically verified as a safe individual. But he doesn't even have none of that. Now, the enhanced we all asked for originally, and Vinto is in the comments now. Actually, Rangy, in his own words, promised everyone he was going to deliver the enhanced DBS. He actually said he will get his enhanced DBS and show us his past. But it weren't enhanced. It was basic. And then you've got that new bullshit story now. Yeah, but it can only be a boss or a company. No, love. You run LCS News. Jesus Christ. What does Rangy really know? He runs this website. He's basically running his little side business because he is actually getting revenue out of this as well. Don't think he's not, guys, because he is. By law, he could go tomorrow and apply for an enhanced DBS, yeah? Because he is running his site. He is running a campaign that involves working with vulnerable families. So yes, by law, He could go and get an enhanced and put his self-employed, which I've actually gone away for the last 48 hours and I've been looking into it. And he can. So why is he not doing it? What does he not want us to see about his past? Do you understand? Do you know what I mean? That's what I find really dodges in this matter. Like, he really doesn't want to show us his past. And I'm not saying, you know, if everyone gets accused of something on here, you're all, you know, summoned to be showing and proving yourselves. I'm sorry, but this character, he's going all out. And in the meantime, we've had women that have had police intervention, social worker intervention. Do you know what I mean? Protection intervention. So now I think it's only right everyone starts questioning and starts seeing the answers that we all want. Not continuing sitting here watching people fall for the same bullshit every other week. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, give me a minute, guys. Northumbria Police, Steve Ashman. Now, I've got to make this comment because I said it to you months ago. Do you know when I first ever went to the police on Rangy and said, look, he's taking people's details offline? Do you know what the police said to me? Do you know what's bizarre, Michelle? To get in his file, it can only be opened by an inspector at Cleveland Police Station. Number one, you'd only need your file protecting and locked up by inspector, right, if you're a grass or, yeah, you've been part of a big high-profile case and you really do need that protection. Yeah, well, this guy here, wait till I read this. Maybe this is who Rangy's referring to when he says, all the police commissioners go on the sick. Northumbria Police Steve Ashman said the information provided by the man led to a conviction of 17 men and a woman for abusing girls in Newcastle. Charities have criticised the force for paying the criminal. Mr. Ashman told BBC News he was certain as I can be that I was morally right. What we've ended up doing here is putting dangerous men behind bars and protecting vulnerable women and girls that we simply wouldn't have been able to do if we didn't have jump off this point we got from the information. Isn't that very worrying? Isn't that quite scary when you see the police are making comments like, we wouldn't have been able to do this without a predator? Like, wow, what is going on in this world today? Seriously, this is why, yeah, you need a dog like mine. Get a dog like my Snoop, train him up, take him out with you. Do you know what I mean? Fucking banning XL bullies. Why don't they ban these predators? Do you know what I'm saying? I've actually trained my dog, you know, guys, as well. He knows what the word suspect means. Vimto Bubbles will tell you. I'll say suspect and he goes on a right nutting one. Can't even say it loud now because it'll just start going on one. But literally, all I have to do is point at something, say to my dog, I don't like it, it's a suspect, and it'll go after it. Been doing it since he was 4 weeks old, and you know now, telling you, he's really up there with it. Even GMP like my dog, how cool is that? Yeah, I've seen him. Big love, Snoop. Ah, Snoop sends everyone a love as well. Because there's a lot of people here that do actually love my dog, you know. Well, dogs. But Snoop is like, he's just top notch, you know. He's the man. That's what I call him. He's the man. So, Mr. Ashman also dismissed claims that the informant known as XY was asked by the police to take vulnerable girls to S parties. Now, he said the claim made by XY was 100% a lie. It had been rejected by a judge. Mr. Ashman said we absolutely did not task him to go to parties with vulnerable women and girls. The use of the informant was principally about finding out who might be involved, the cars that they were using and the addresses that they were living at. Now, do you know what I find funny about this? I've sat at home for 14 months And I've had, I'll just say how it is. I've had surveillance on everything, me. Even GMP are like, fucking hell, Michelle. We'll have all the surveillance. We'll have it all. Thank you, Observer. Literally, like, don't think I do this on a regular, because I don't, guys. But, you know, as long as I'm there doing it for a good cause, which I'm sure some of you would do. If you see something online, you don't like it, I would expect you to take it to the police. And that's what I've been doing for months. And even the police have said to me, Michelle, how have you managed to do this? Where have you got this from? And I'm like, you don't need to know, right? I'm just giving you the info. Go and protect that person. And that is my main goal. But I do get a lot of that. How do you know this? Where have you got that from? It's not about me going looking for it. It's just when you do lives like this, believe it or not, people will come forward. But then people need to know that they've got a safe space to do it. You can't just, you know, listen to a victim and then come on tomorrow and start spilling out, hey, do you know that Gemma? Well, she come forward last night and she told me this and that. It don't work like that. And that's where, unfortunately, a lot of these groups online, a lot of people will use victims and, you know, they'll put them out there. They'll hang them out to dry, and it's really unfair. And I'm not about that. That's why I will always decoy certain things that I'm using to protect the identity of certain individuals. As well, I will take all the abuse. All these men can come for me, because I'm here, still here after 14 months. I've not had no criminal proceedings, to let you know. Never been arrested for Rangy. If anything, now, look at all the bail conditions Rangy's been on. Do you remember when I told you he was on multiple bails? Well, I tell you what, for some of you who are just joining now and you've missed the last few days, I don't know how to do them poll things, right? But I want people to say yes, people to say no in the comments. Did people hear the other day that Rangy has currently been on bail and another lady has been in some form of protection because of this man's, you know, behaviours? Can someone put yes? And if you didn't know, just put no. There we go, guys. Observers put live replay is on their channel. Go and look on his channel, please, guys. Go on to his, what do you call it? Observer. Is it on your profile, hon? Click on the link and you will see all the videos Observer's done. Right? In fact, he's really good at what he does, to be fair. Thank you, my lovely. So, as I say, you can go on there, you can have a look at some of these videos. Now, as I say, with Rangy, he's coming out with different lines. He's showing a bit of desperation now. And last night, I am really mortified because 14 months I've been coming at him with this Mr. XY shit. And out of the blue, he decided last night for a couple of minutes to go, oh, there's someone here who wants to talk about this Mr. XY situation. Right? But then, why didn't he make it a topic of conversation all night? If you're going to clear your name, you'd be making it priority, and he didn't make it a priority. It's like it was a full-on setup. He went off the camera, come back, his phone kept pinging off, and then all of a sudden this Don Juan coming to his box. Yeah, well, Rangy, I can confirm XY, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wow, 14 months. Situation, because a lot of people on here have woke up to his behaviour, who he is, what he's doing. You know, I've even seen some of the Asian community that he was chilling with not long ago now, all questioning him, and when they're questioning him, he can't cope. But I'll tell you what he never does do. He never pipes up to an Asian man. I've noticed that. There was one Asian man on the other day. I think he may be called Desi or something. But, you know, the way you were promoting his cause, I thought, well, at least he's saying he wants to prove he's setting up a charity and he's going to make it genuine so people can see it. But what I didn't hear was Rangy piping up. What I've noticed, when there's a man a bit bigger than Rangy, you know, proper up there, Rangy comes down a little bit. It's when Rangy is on his own and he hasn't got no one around him. He's now in control and back in power. But there's men out there that are bigger than Rangy. And I've noticed he comes down. This is what I'm saying. He goes quiet. And this is a man who's supposed to have some sort of authority. And he's this top-notch guy with his attitude. Observer, I've got my opinion. I mean, if I'm all right to say my opinion. But yeah, I don't trust a lot of people, if I'm honest, especially not on this app. I don't. So, sorry guys, I was just having a bit of my brew. Honestly, it is hard to trust anyone on this app. It really is. And I get why some people can fall for the traps in it, because when you're vulnerable, they're saying things that you want to hear at that time. That's all it is. They're saying the right things and you're just like, oh, well, that's how I feel right now. Because believe me, I've been there and I've done that. You know, I see women on here talking about the childhood abuse and the grown adults today, and I actually get triggered by it, because I just think, you know, clearly there isn't a lot of things in this world that is helping many women today if we're still living back in our pasts. And it's quite sad. And to see 2025 not have no new justice systems in place, or, you know, we're allowing now predators to go out and do a policeman's job, things like that. It just tells us we cannot trust anyone anymore in this world, not even your police force. And I hate to say that, because now I feel like I am being a bit of a Rangy, if you know what I mean when I say that, but it is true. You can't trust the police. Social workers, yay and nay. The reason why I say that is because if there is a child out there and she hasn't got no parents or anyone to turn to, and she is being abused, then I would want a child to turn to a social worker, because they need to know they've got facilities too. They need to know they've got people to turn to without being, you know, put in the firing line. So to sit here and just constantly go, oh, well, social workers are removing kids. Sometimes some kids do need removing, and some people don't want to hear that, but it's reality. And I'm sick to the back teeth of having to say that. Like, there is genuinely children out there that are being abused by the parents and they need removing. But then you've got Rangy's groups going, they're taking kids for nothing. They're doing this, they're doing that. And then you've got some mothers coming on going, my daughter, she don't like me anymore. She don't want to see me anymore. You're only hearing their sides. What about that child's voice? That matters more. We don't know what these parents with the one-sided stories have ever done. We're only listening to their versions. And it's the same with Rangy. Until anyone knows the facts, can't comment. And that's why it was pissing me off watching different men read out Rangy's story going, and the ex-wife, well, she wanted to send the daughter over here and do this and do it. No, that was Rangy's copy. That's his version. I've got the real version where it says stamped, official, family courts. You'll see the solicitor document. If it says in black and white in writing, the ex-wife has kindly asked for the ex-partner not to contact her. No means fucking no. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why some of these men don't take no for an answer. And that's what really bugs me. Because now I've clearly provided evidence that the wife, the ex-wife, has gone out of her way to get support for him to leave her alone. Which that should now be telling people, well, he is a danger to her. She don't want to be found. So why is he coming on here going, provide me some petrol so I can track a city to city? And do you know how we originally did it? By using this here. Don't worry, guys, I won't keep this up for long because of the comments. But look, Stefan for Rangy. Stefan for Rangy. Do you know who that is? Stefan for Rangy. Flipping ex-Stefan. Could have done a better job than that, you know me. I've only just realised that myself. Stefan for Rangy. Ooh. Anyway, Stefan Chip Chase. That is Rangy's, what do you call him? What is he again? A tech guy. He's a tech guy for Rangy. He goes round recording everything for Rangy. And without Stefan Chase, well, Rangy would not have LCS News. Did you know that, guys? And he certainly wouldn't have these charities. Now, look at that. Stefan for Rangy. Now, let's have a look at something else. 1 second. Oh, we'll have all the exposures, eh? Go get him. Support, it's called. Go and get him. Why don't you just pay £10 in a taxi and go and get him yourself? Do you know, why are we all paying a man with a van? Yeah, with a few stickers on, when you could actually order a taxi, and I guarantee you their taxi logo will have a better sticker on it. What do you reckon on that one? Eh? Because realistically, what are you paying £10 a month for to go and get them? Do you know what I mean? So that's another charity there. That's 2 up to yet I've just showed you. Now we've got entry level. He's a teacher now, isn't it? A teacher. Entry level support. Do you know what he's going to teach you during your entry level support? How to become a journalist. He'll give you a little badge. You're allowed to go into the courtrooms, and apparently you're allowed to observe these court hearings. Then you go back to Rangy and you feed him his information, and that's how you pass your entry-level support group. Way! How wonderful is that? Do you know what I mean? Never mind, you can go to college for free. Yeah, without having to pay £5, £10 a month. And you can get some real knowledge and training and a certificate at the end of it. What do you need this for? Do you know what I mean? Because, honest to God, what is this guy going to learn you? How to copy and paste from fucking BBC and Sky Channel? Because that's all he's been doing, isn't it? Really? Do you know what I mean? Keith, you're funny. Oh, don't think so. Yeah, ring me after the live. Hey, guys, I've got another little shout out at the end of this as well tonight, because we've had a little bit of a scenario going on, but I'll get to that very soon because it's not relevant to this right now. So yeah, there's another charity. Now, once again, you've got to ask yourself, why has this man got all these charities? What does he need to make money for? If you're fighting against social workers, isn't it about genuinely parents coming together, coming up with some solutions, you know, advising one another what to do for the best and how you can work around certain things? Like, isn't that how it should be? He can't even keep his hairline together. You sound like my son. Do you know my son's got a thing with airlines? If I say something to him, he'll go, well, it's better than your airline. I think, what is it with my airline? Why did I keep using that? I think it must just be a new joke thing now, that airline situation. Right, let's look at this. XY fell out with his police handler, making a series of damning allegations, including claims he'd been told to plant rugs and take vulnerable girls to parties. Now, the corruption within the services, well, this was classed as corruption. This was a complaint that genuinely went in from Mr. XY. Now, when we look at Rangy, what does he say? They're corrupt. They're part of this service. This is what they do. Or, for example, he'll often tell you it's basically racism by the police. Well, Mr. XY turned on his police handler in 2019 after telling them basically they were racist to him. Now look at this here. This, by the way, guys, you can all go and get access to this. It's on Google. And once again, anything in the public media, of course you can speak about it, because no one's giving us gagging orders. And if anyone gets any abuse after attending my live, then come back to me and let me know, because trust me, they won't be getting away with it. Not over here anyway. So this is a court order that you can find online. Now, Mr. XY himself, who cannot be named for legal reasons, which you will read in this order, This order was put in place because Mr. XY, he wanted to sell the story of corruption to the newspapers in 2016. Yeah, it's definitely not registered, Ollie Hun. The claimant made allegations of police corruption and retracted and reasserted these allegations at various stages. Now, what does he say in one of his videos? I had community members coming to me, offering to pay me to keep silence about children that were being raped. Do you remember that, guys? Come on now. Like, literally, it's at the top of my head for me, so I remember all these footages. But if some of you haven't seen it and some of you have, the ones who haven't, I will refresh that video and I will put it back up for you. But once again, what I'm getting at here, everything Rangy says is matching up with Mr. XY. So the allegations of police corruption, what does Rangy always talk about? Police are corrupt. Right now he's accusing them of having an affair with me. Like, come on. Could at least choose a better fucking police force, do you know what I mean? Jesus Christ. So yeah, he thinks the police are corrupt now. Then the CPS received transcripts of the claimant's interviews with the National Crime Agency and decided that the information was disclosable in the proceedings as the claimant was potentially capable of being a witness for evidence. So the judge went out of a way to put a gagging order on Mr. XY because he wanted to further then sell the story. 10 grand weren't good enough off the police, so now he wanted to sell it at this point to the papers. Well, even the papers was given a gagging order, and when I rang up the Sun newspaper last year and said Aurangzeb Latif is Mr. XY, we already know. We just can't put his name out because he's protected by the High Courts of London, which means if the newspaper do put his name out there, then they'll get sued. Now, how is that fair when there's multiple women right now and kids in danger, at risk, and we're not even entitled to know who this character is? Yet he's there under our noses on TikTok playing little games, pulling in victims left, right and centre. Well, that's why I will continue to do what I'm doing, and even the police ain't going to arrest me. I've even said to the police, well, you don't seem to be bothered what I'm doing online. No, Michelle, it's great work. Keep it up. Thank you, officer. Hey, we'll have all the nice comments over here. Because really, what am I actually doing wrong? And this is what annoys me when I'm getting abuse. What am I actually doing wrong? Because if them police officers think that I'm doing a fantastic job online, I'm not gaining out of it. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not hurting anybody. What I'm simply doing is saving a lot of people by just warning you and telling you what's there. Right, and believe it or not, I do empathise with a lot of people who wearing them tinfoil hats, yeah, because you wear them for a reason. However, I just don't believe in the same certain things that you do, and I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't believe an MI5 officer sat in my microwave ready to go beakaboo. I really don't. I don't believe that my oven has been bugged up with social workers watching me and my kids. I don't believe in none of that. I think what you lot are doing, you're watching too many Bollywood and too many Hollywood movies now, and it's getting, you know, it's looking more like Dollywood, because you've got all these little dollies, haven't you now, these ladies that are just sat there chatting shit with themselves going, Rangy, we love ya. Rangy, you know that Queen Bee, she's talking about ya. Good, you silly mare. Why don't you come off TikTok, focus on your children, rather than coming to a man and exploiting your own child and telling him the ins and the outs of your child's child abuse? Like, why would you do that? You know, I have a shit day. Some days I'll have a shit day, especially with my eldest son. We can have an argument. I'm not one of them mums, you know, that'll come on here and go, I've had enough of my kids today. They're doing me head in. I don't even... No, I'm sorry. I just do not do things like that. And to hear someone come on and start talking about their own child, the ins and the outs of what they've had to endure, and you're just telling a bunch of strange men online what they want to hear because they have all these disgusting fantasies. And this is what some of you need to realise. So, you know, when you're telling your child's story online, and there was one woman, trigger warning now, guys, there was one woman the other week, and I actually shared this with you. She goes into Rangy's box and straight away she said the most disgusting thing, and I was ripping my hair out. I was sat here headbutting my phone and everything, like, oh my God, she is a wrong un. And I knew there was something a bit iffy about her. However, when she mentioned at the end why her kids have been removed, this is where some of yous are not, whether you're swiping into different lives and sometimes you might not hear the rest of the story, I get that. But I want you, this is a point now to be proven. This lady, come on, starts going, oh, I want to expose them, Rangy. They took me kids. And, you know, do you know what happened, right? Well, I was looking at my baby and I could tell her dad had been there. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, why would you even do that? Why would you say something like that? So then I'm thinking, well, God bless her, you know, maybe she's trying to find some sort of way of trying to deal with this situation. And then I heard her. She's giving it the sob story now. She never done anything wrong, no. Weren't her fault. It was the ex-partner's fault. But the ex-partner's never been arrested. So I'm thinking this story's not adding up. Then at the end, someone says, well, how comes they actually removed your children in the end, and what was the official outcome? Well, I got done for sending inappropriate images and videos of my own children. I thought, well, there we go. There we go. And then you've got Rangy going, don't worry, LCS will support you. LCS will help you. We're all here for one another. You've got our full support. Then you've got little Neo Anderson going, fucking hell, that's terrible, isn't it? No, mate, you're all loving this. And that is what infuriates me, because what some women don't realise is, you know, when you're going on the ins and the outs of the actual acts that have took place on your children throughout their abuse, now you are complicit into exploitation. Do you know why? Because you're telling strangers about your own child's intimate, you know, parts and what's been done to them, and it's not nice. And I'm sorry, but I don't want to come on TikTok and listen to that. I really don't. And I don't want my children coming on TikTok listening to that. If you're going to do those sort of chats, then them chats have to be in appropriate groups that can be managed, and children ain't going to be exposed to that filthy talk, or, you know, and even though it is reality and sometimes we have to talk about certain things, I just think some things do not need to be done on a platform like this. It's really wrong, it's sad, it's triggering, and I certainly am sick to the back teeth for coming on here every other day listening to different groups talking about rape, abuse. And that's not me being harsh, that's me simply saying, why are we using a young person's platform to create adult groups when, you know, now look at the young people today in this day and age, they've got nothing left. Do adults really want to take this app away from what young people know and turn it into a scare zone? Because that's how I'm seeing it right now. I'm seeing children listening to Rangy about school teachers butchering them up, drinking the blood. Don't trust your social worker, she'll sell you tomorrow. But we genuinely have got real cases out there, especially ones where children are being genuinely kidnapped. Where are they? Why is no one making any t-shirts or posters for them children? You know, the children that have been kidnapped by real, you know, criminals. I'm not on about... Now, I'm not going to say social workers ain't criminals, yeah, and they're not this and that, because they are. I've had my own experience with social workers. It's just... I've had to learn how to deal with particular things in my way, which has led me onto a good path, but I never give up. And I have been through the scariest moments of my time when it comes to nearly losing my kids. But I pushed it and pushed it and pushed it, and I never lost them. And it was only me that could help me at the time. No one else could. No one. So today, what I'm saying is, yeah, we can come to an agreement that social workers are letting parents down. It's not so much corruption anymore, if I'm honest. It's laziness, right? It's money. There isn't money for services. We've got children right now committing the highest of crimes out on the streets because we've got no money going into youth offending teams. Nothing to get these young people off the streets to die. So then you just think, well, what have these kids really got? And then that last little bit of thing the kids have got, which is TikTok, where they communicate with people, the friends. We've got children sat in care places and, you know, they're lonely. Well, TikTok is it's an escape for some of these young people. So is it right that now, from lockdown, watching all the fun videos of cats and dogs running around crazy with parrots on their head and whatever. Do you know why I always say that? Because that's just what I'm imagining in my head with my animals. But, you know, where's the fun anymore? And instead, every day we've got on the FYP pages, we've got bald-headed men stomping grounds of councils trying to arrest them. But then it backfires because they get arrested. We've got people threatening to swarm the courts and go and arrest the judges. Well, nice try. Because every time you've done that, you've ended up being arrested. Like, no one is arresting anyone other than the person who's wearing a uniform and a badge. Right? Not even stingers anymore can just go out and put handcuffs on people. So what gives Rangy the right to sit on here today and saying, I'll put handcuffs on you when I get my hands on you, because I tell you what, big boy, come near me and I'll twist you up with them handcuffs, ankles and feet, and trust me, you won't be going nowhere. And it'll be like an episode of, what is it again? Actually, it's not even an episode, it's a movie called I Spit on Your Grave. If anyone knows that movie, if you've watched the ending of it, well, I'm sorry, but yeah, that's where we'll be going with that one. Because I ain't scared no more. And I don't know if people got onto this right last night, but all these threats, only one of us is going to go to jail. Only one of us are going to get shot. Come at me. Who is going to shoot me, really? Because anyone who's threatening to shoot me, you've just made yourself look stupid, because now you've been publicly recorded. Everyone's publicly aware of what the situation is. So I'm sure if we had pow, pow, pow tomorrow, yeah, everyone's going to know who's done it to me, aren't they? This is a thick man. He doesn't realise. He's thick. And then you ask yourself, well, why has he got the criminal record that he has? Why don't police like him? Why did the police refer to him as a wally and a clown? Well, look at Mr. XY's file. The judge threw his evidence out of court because it wasn't real evidence. Just likes to create narratives and stories that fits his narrative. Do you know what I mean? He's sugar-coated for months. Lots of different things. He doesn't want to tell you really the real outcome because he knows it's illegal to do so. So if he can't speak up about the police being corrupt, what other avenue can he go down? I know, social services. Because social workers at the time did not get a gagging order on him, because clearly his issue was with the police handler, not social services. But because he got given the gagging order now and he's not allowed to speak about the police or Operation Sanctuary, what he decided to do was use a different cause, and that's coming on here talking about how corrupt social services are. And that's what he's done to sugarcoat basically the situation. Just give me a minute, guys, while I get the charger. Thank you. Alright. 1 minute, guys. I'm just putting my phone on charge. Hello, baby. What are you doing? What are you doing? Give me kisses. Give me a minute, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to get comfy and put my phone on charge. There we go. So, yeah, I said it earlier. There's threats going around left, right and centre, but all people need to know, everything's been publicly documented, even right down with the police. And the reason why I've done this is because if anything does happen to me throughout any of this, then everyone will know where to go looking, especially. But a few months ago, I took the worst of the worst. Oh God, I had every threat coming at me. And then when I received a letter through my letterbox, I was like, oh shit. Do you know what I mean? What are they doing getting my address? But you know now, I'm not asked. I sit back waiting, hoping. I actually hope. And I shouldn't really say that because some of you think, Michelle, you're a woman, don't talk like that. Yeah, I'm a woman, don't talk like that. But where does it say us women, yeah, I've got to keep sitting here and taking threats. Day in, day out. Living on a fight or flight mode. Well, there's only so much you can do with that. And now I'm ready. Anyone come to that front door or even near me, you see the film Hellraiser? Well, that would be a situation we'd be in. And I'm telling you now, I ain't taking shit off no man. One thing my mum used to teach me, the loudest man is the weakest man. And if a man can only scream at women, then he'd get knocked out by a real man. Do you know what I mean? For some reason, Rangy thinks I'm supposed to sit here intimidated and I'm all by myself. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not. I'm here, chilling, waiting for something to happen because I'm sick of these threats. And I'm telling you now, Rangy, because I know you'll be watching now because your live's over. I'm going to say it now. I'm no longer going to be sat here taking your shit. And you're not going to threaten my 19-year-old son. You're not going to keep calling him names because I'm going to tell you how it is right now. I've got a 19-year-old that goes in the ring and fights real men. He's been fighting big men since he was 12. Yeah? He does amateur MMA. While you are cowering and running away, you know, from men, my son is in the ring being a real man. So you and your cronies will not come on here and go, you see that Asbo child, he's a tramp, he's this, he's that. The only tramp around here is you, Rangy. Right? Your pants are so filthy, they're dying to run away from your arse cheeks. You see them jumpers you wear? Well, they're stinking like utter cheese and onion pasties, mate. Because all you do is sit there for weeks in the same clothes. Now, why is that again? Why does an Asian man like to make themselves stinky? I know why. Because if you're seen as an elder and accepted as an elder, then the rug dealers will leave you alone, won't they, Rangy? Bet you didn't think I was that knowledgeable in it on, you know, what goes on behind the scenes in the Muslim community, but I am. Do you know why that is? Because I have good friends in the Asian community. And you keep telling everyone, I'm a racist, I'm this, I'm that, because I'm speaking up about you. Not only do I have a mixed race family here, but the fact is I've got a lot of Asian friends. And you know, every time I need them to tell me something, like if I hear you say something in your language, I actually go to my friends and say, can you tell me what he's saying here? What does he mean? And they tell me. Now, what does that tell you, Rangy, eh? Eh? Bet you never knew that one, did you? I see you observing my son's TikTok account. I see all your minions watching my son. He sees you as well. I see you watching my profile on a daily as well. But you know the most funniest thing about it? None of yous will do shit. And that is the funniest thing about you. Really think I'm on my own, don't ya? But I'm really not. Put me dogs to one side. I dare you to give that door a knock knock. Please do. Even if I was in the street on my own, I wouldn't be running from you. I'd be running at you. Because you know how many months I've been wanting to face you? Do you know how many months I've had to watch you abuse women? Try and abuse me and my kids. You've tried to do to me, but I won't let you. And that's what you don't like, innit, little man? You don't like it because I won't let you enter my zone where I'm going to allow you to disturb my peace and soul. It's not going to happen. So I am going to continue speaking about Mr. XY Rangy, whether you like it or not. And I know for a fact you are watching me right now. Please put this on repeat, repeat, repeat. The game is up. And you, my friend, you ain't going to get away with no more than what you've already done. Do you know why? Because everyone, even your own community, is now waking up and going, that man is dodgers. That's all we need. The moment someone gets a bit of a whiff of you, it's up to them if they want to carry on looking into you. And most of them that have come away and gone, wow, why has he changed his name so many times? Why is he moving city to city? Do you know what I mean? Come on. These are questions people really should be asking, and we don't get a lot of proper questions asked. For months, I have watched and observed where Rangy will go quiet and he lets everyone speak on his side. He won't, speak up himself. Everyone else has got to speak for him. But tonight, he was there on his own LCS News TikTok platform speaking about what he's in control of. It takes the mickey, doesn't it, really? So, yeah, as I say, there is a lot to this character, and it drains me having to even just sit here talking about him because there's so much, but I'm not going to stop. And I don't care if Brother Talib or anyone thinks this is obsessive. It's not obsessive, because I tell you what is obsessive: when a man cannot stop picking up women and, going at them, trying to get information and details of the children. I can't sit here and let that just slide. I'm sorry, but I can't. And I wouldn't be human and I wouldn't be a nice person if I sat here and allowed that to happen. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just not in my nature to do that. I'm sorry, but it isn't. And there's a lot of things, I try to avoid on this app. But when it comes to watching grown-ass men radicalising 12-year-old blind boys early hours in the morning, speaking to 10-year-old girls online, their parents not giving a crap that the 10-year-old's speaking to a grown man, it's wrong on so many levels, and I don't know how these people could just sit back and accept that. So yeah, I have been going to the police for 14 months, and I'll continue. Every video I come across and I don't like it, I will always report it, and that's what I advise everyone else to do on here. If you ever see something you don't like the look of, pick up the phone, just ring 101 and say, look, I've come across a video, there's a bit of a safeguarding issue going on and I don't like the looks of it, can I please share it with an officer? And someone will deal with it. Don't just sit there and leave it, because you don't know what is really going on for that child if you've seen something bad in a video. Do you know what I mean? I just don't have it in me anyway to roll over and accept shit like that. But yeah, that's just me. So let me go back on something else, guys. 1 minute. There we go. There's the original image I was showing you earlier on. So this image here, that's Rangy's nephew on your left-hand side. He's called Cash Latif. And as you can see, there's Rangy on your right. Well, Rangy tried to say that wasn't him over and over for months. However, it is 100% him. And that picture of his nephew, Cash, well, he's all over Rangy's Facebook. There's no coming away from that shit. So, yeah, Rangy didn't like it when I exposed him for being part of the Halifax grooming gang, which in that grooming gang was actually a member who worked for the police force. And he was a Hussein, believe it or not. PC Hussein. Amjad Ditta Hussein, that was his name. See what I mean? It's literally just there in my head, guys. He was actually a police officer, found not only to be a corrupt officer, but he was part of this grooming, and every victim that went to the police, he was telling the rest of the perpetrators who were going to the police. Then them poor young girls were being attacked. The parents was being attacked. Do you know what I mean? So, today when we're looking at Rangy, corrupt police, informers, then we've got police officers that were part of grooming gang members. I'm sorry, but you've just got to paint that little bit of a picture for yourself as well to see the big massive warning signs in that shirt. And yeah, I think it's not a conspiracy, but I think it does say it all when we do find out we've got perpetrators in the police force, the people that are supposed to protect us. Who do you actually go to? And where is a young girl supposed to turn to today if that is what we've got to fear? We've got perpetrators in our police force that are working behind the scenes with these abusers. If we go to the police to report a crime, how do we know that officer we're speaking to isn't working with our rapist or our abusers? Do you understand? And this is what else pisses me off. Where are young girls today and young men off the streets supposed to go to try and get out of being exploited or some sort of gang, or where are they to go if we can't trust the police? And it's thanks to that piece of shit on the screen, we can't trust the police. Do you know what I mean? Because if we didn't know about him, would we really be sat here discussing the police and shit because they're sending out, you know, predators to go and do a policeman's job? No, we wouldn't. So, yeah, sorry guys, I'm very passionate when I say that because it pisses me off that we're in 2025 and we're all still sat here today having to fight for some sort of justice. We're having to fight to put out awareness. I mean, I've received so much abuse to put out awareness to keep other women safe. It is unreal. I think sometimes some people just like the drama on this profile, on this page, if I'm honest. I just want to say thanks for sharing this amazing courage. Thank you, Ollie. Anytime, we're lovely, and you can join in. I will be doing quite a few lives this week, guys. Just a bit of awareness, advice. We're going to do some key pointers as well on how to keep yourself safe, what to look out for. We're going to do topics on what does a groomer look like, what does a fraudster look like, what behaviour tactics to use online, and what you can do to prevent yourself from falling bloody victim to it. So we are going to be doing quite a lot of that this week, which I am looking forward to doing because that is the thing that I enjoy doing on here. I don't enjoy sitting here having to discuss traumas, things. I just don't. I prefer getting to the nitty gritty, and that's just saying, look, this is what you need to do, yeah, to keep yourself safe. That's just my part, though. Do you know what I mean? But I do have as well the other side of me where I do want to sit in support and listen and help, but all I can do is guide you. I can't, advise you fully because I'm not that professional. All I can give you is, look, can you go to, if I give you a number, are you capable of ringing it, basically? Do you know the crisis number teams, and have you got women's centres teams and things like that? It's about offering and just putting out there what support services are available, and I won't mind going out my way either to look to see what's in your area, what could help you if you're in a crisis. Other than that, I'm not a professional. I can't do nothing to help, do magic flipping spells. I can't do that as much as I'd love to. And guys, you have no idea, when I'm seeing things that I'm not in control of, I get really upset. But at the minute, I've got my goal, I've got my plans, and that's to do criminal profiling. That is what I want to do, guys. But in the meantime, I'm actually offering voluntary, which I have been doing, to go around to the women's centres in my own area and other areas and sit in group sessions, whether it's parenting courses, DV courses, and most of them women are on these courses because social workers have assigned them onto them. What I now want to do is sit down with these women and explain to them, look, when you're having a shit day because you're going for a PLO proceeding or a CP plan or your court proceedings, and you come home and you listen to these people online about social workers and that, my job now is to try and show these women what is out there, what they're preying on, and what could potentially happen if you fall for it. It costs nothing to do that, and that's me putting something into my community, and I really do love it. No one can take that away, because even the criminal profiling part, if I didn't want to do criminal profiling, I wouldn't still be able to advise what criminals look like, because then I'd still be in a vulnerable position where I'm falling, being victim over and over. And yeah, I suppose me going through what I have done literally all my life has just made me so fight or flight mode. I've got to the stage where I want to learn a criminal's mind. And I'm not saying I'm innocent, because I've had a past. I went to prison at the age of 19. I had an ASBO. Do you know what I mean? But an ASBO, I got done with a fray, which I got into a fight with another girl. So, you know, when I say to you, now you've got to remember I was, 20 back then. And I weren't in prison for long. I come out, sorted my life out massively, and now my criminal record. This is why I know about the DBS, because you see my enhanced DBS. Mine comes up that I went to prison, but in my juvenile years. That's what it states. Juvenile, which means today they can't hold that against somebody. Do you know why? Because now I'm an adult, my brain is totally different to when I was a juvenile. So even though to some people it may not make sense, but at the time, when I look back at the situation that I was in, it does make sense. I was young, stupid. I got mixed up in the wrong crowd. Rather than go and getting professional help, I thought getting in the wrong crowds would, fulfill, friendships and make me feel welcomed. And, I was a young mum. And I just didn't have nowhere to go. I didn't get no support, no help, nothing. And do you know why that was? There was a lack of services in 2011. And I did a lot of stupid things. Not really bad things. I went out, I partied, I got a bit drunk on a weekend. I'd get into fights with other girls, just normal, stupid, antisocial behaviour rubbish. And I partied a little bit too hard. Other than that, I've never hurt anyone, where to the point I've just got up and decided to go out and hurt someone. Because the fight I got into, believe it or not, that particular woman tried sticking a foot through my front door when I went to shut it. So now someone's trying to invade my space. Just like I said before, if anyone wants to come to this front door, we'll have round two, because I ain't scared of no one. Right, and I don't even need to sit here and admit that I've been to prison, but I do. Do you know why? Because no one will ever go, that Queen Bee, well, she's been exposed. No, you can't expose me. Going to prison and me being a 19-year-old idiot made me the woman I am today. I'm 35 now. 35 years of age. And since the moment I come out of prison, never had any other criminal, background, nothing. Do you know why I actually got sent to prison more? Because I told the judge to go and shove his curly wig where the sun don't shine, because I was a gobby little mare. I used to stand there in my tracksuit and go, middle finger up. I did all that childish bull crap. It got me nowhere. And then I come out of prison, and one day I decided to go and get a job. I walked into a big massive office in Stockport, a solicitor's building, where there was a few call centres in there. I thought, I'm going to give this a go. And I got myself a job. Suited, booted, I had to dress smart. I loved it. I loved the whole just getting up every day, going out there, knowing there was a life to live. It weren't the end of everything, and I was doing my mum and dad proud, and most of all, my children. And I did it. But then, unfortunately, there was things with my mum, my dad, they're no longer here. Then I've had to fight for my kids. And now, this is my time. I'm sat here with 22 qualifications and training in safeguarding adults and children. And I love doing what I'm doing. And today, that is the bit no one can take from me. That is the bit where I have worked hard. And if I can sit down with one girl today and save her ass from being exploited or being used and abused, then that is a job well done, because that's all I'm here for. If I could sit down with a girl today who's, having a bit of a breakdown, she doesn't know where to turn to, she's a very young mum, I would have all the right advice now in the world to give to her. Whereas I wish someone had that advice for me many years ago, and maybe it would have helped me, but it didn't. So what I'm saying to you is, past mistakes made me the woman that I am today. And as long as you can admit your past mistakes that you've done wrong, and now you're putting back into your community and you're doing right, well, that's all that matters. And we don't just, us women, and I'm going to make this clear now, us women don't just wake up, one morning and decide to have mental health and PTSD. We don't just decide to get angry with men for the fun of it, or feel triggered with certain things. No, that's our trauma. our traumas have took over us so much that when it comes to experiencing different sectors in your life, and you know, you're easily triggered, and some days you can find it hard to sort of deal with things appropriately. And I can put my hands up, I do. If a man was to threaten me on here now, do you really think I'm going to sit here calm? And this is where I put my hands up and say, I've got a bit of a short fuse. But that don't make me a bad person. But do you know why I've got a short fuse with men? Because I'm sick of these cocky men thinking they can come for me, abuse, threaten, and it's when they threaten me that really bugs me. Like, I'm coming for you, innit, Queen Bee? I'm coming to your door, mate. Come to me door. Just come. Do you know how many times since I was a teenager I've heard that street talk? It's shite. I'm a 35-year-old woman. I'm not sitting here waiting for, you know, gangster's paradise to turn up and fucking, yeah. Who did he think I am? But all I'm going to say is, when someone gets tipped over the edge, it's usually for a reason. And today, I don't fear men. I don't. To be fair, I really don't. If anything, men sort of motivate me, especially when they're getting all rowdy. They want to fight. They want to give it all the mouth. Because I don't really have much issues with women, apart from the women that are just trying to stop me from, you know, exposing Rangy. But other than that, I don't have many women that'll tend to, like, how can I put it? Well, come after me like the men. It just seems to be men. And I used to say to my mum, why is it, yeah, mum, boys always want to start with me? And what she used to say to me, Shelley, it's because you're a tomboy. Do you know what? Maybe it is, you know. Maybe I am actually a tomboy at heart, really, guys. I was when I was a kid. And I used to get in a lot of fights with boys as a child. And I'll be honest, that was because I couldn't stand men. Boys, and if I don't admit that, I'm not being real. And the reason why I got to that stage was because my trauma affected me. It was done by a man. It's always a man. Do you know what I mean? And it doesn't mean now that I'm sitting here saying I still feel like that, because now I know not all men are like that. It's just when something first happens to you, it's about not going OTT, right, with trying to make it known that you're being disrespectful to someone by saying you hate men. Because I do feel like sometimes, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that, because not all men are bad. But it's nice when some men will understand why some women can feel like that. So to the men who understand why women can sometimes feel intimidated by men, but it doesn't bother them that they feel like that, then hat off to you. Because what you're doing, you're showing a bit of an empathy side to you, whereas not many men will do that. Like, some men will just go, oh, you don't like men, you fucking, you know, you hate men, you're one of those protesters that can't stand men. How about a man sits down for 5 minutes and just analyses what he's just been told by a female, and then what that man should do is then think, well, God, yeah, what if that was my sister, or my daughter, or my mum? You know, sometimes you have to put yourself into their mind, a victim's mind, to understand. And this is what I'm saying, guys, like, you're not all bad, and that's coming from me now, right? I'm being serious, because at one time it got so bad for me that I refused to even work with men. Do you know what I mean? And I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't have to do that. It was fight or flight mode taking over me, and it took over me so much that today I am not feared of a man, right? That fearing part now has gone. I have had worst of the worst off men. So today, when I hear these little threats, yeah, even this gang-banging talk and rubbish like that, men in the 50s going, yeah, get you licked up. Like, if I hear a fucking dog, do you know what I mean? Scooby-Doo before... Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo fucking do. Do you know what I mean? What you talking like that for in your 50s? I don't understand the mentality of some of these males today, that's all I'm saying. But that gang-banging talk in your 30s, your 40s and your 50s, it really needs to stop, because it's not big, it's not clever, and it's not cool, I thought, do you know what I mean? And as I say, jail's a mug's game. We shouldn't be sat here proud, going we've been to prison because we've done this and that. What we should be doing is saying, look, we went to prison, we did wrong, but now I'm sorry and I can prove to you that I'm not this big bad wolf. I don't understand how hard it is to do that. And once again, I'll say it, I went to prison for an asbol and a fray. If I can happily sit here and tell you guys what assault charge it was, and by the way, the fight were minor. All I did was get into a fight with another girl. She put her foot through my front door whilst I tried to shut the door. I grabbed the ponytail and unfortunately her head went into a bonnet of a car, right? And yeah, it made me look the bad one, but I still shouldn't have reacted like that. If I was in a better mentality, if I was on medication, maybe if I had the right help, I could have learned at the time to control that anger moment. But once again, that was fight or flight, because if you're going to shut your front door and someone's putting their foot in there, that's now someone trying to invade your space, do you know what I mean? And that's why, one thing I'm going to be honest with, anyone tries to invade my fucking space, I do get easily triggered by it and I don't care. However, it was still wrong what I did. And I can sit here and I can hand on heart say if I was put in a position to die, if we could go back to that moment, what would have changed? Well, I certainly wouldn't just open the door and started fighting. I would have given a few warnings. I would have rang the police. I would have dealt with it a little bit better. And that is where I went wrong. But I was young and stupid. However, Mr. Latif is a man in his 50s with an asbol for harassing women from leaving the places of work. As well, this man's tried to brag about Queen Bee having an asbol. How I was a hard party girl, how I was, you know, in the newspaper from being 19. Well, I'm sorry, but once again, I'll remind everyone, I'm 35 now. 35-year-old woman with 2 beautiful sons that I fought for. Unlike these people that keep saying my name and talking about me. And do you know what else is interesting? You know the documentary that was put up on YouTube about me? So what if I was on TV? I was a 19-year-old idiot who did wrong. But I tell you what is funny. There's people sat there going, look at her, she's 20 years of age. Look at her kids. Are you all for real? I'm 35. You all think I'm actually still 20 years of age and that my kids are still them little kids. Well, I think it shocked a few people the other day, because what Rangy's been doing, guys, he's been going around telling people that my kids are still young, the nicknames are asbol, my kids swear, and that there was on a documentary. So what? We was on a documentary. BBC decided to exploit people with mental health and having breakdowns. And this is why I'm saying, back in 2011, we didn't have support services. So what happened was, BBC come and exploited a few people and put us on TV. However, someone took their own life. And then that programme got took down. Mr. Latif has gone out of his way to retrieve that programme and stick it up on YouTube. Now, when you watch it, some of you might go, oh, God, Michelle, you look well different, you changed. And, you know, you'll think to yourself, God, you was just a silly woman, Michelle. I was silly, but I can admit it. But I don't need a grown-ass man in his stinky 50s calling my children tramps or telling people my kids are criminals, because my kids don't even have a criminal record. My 19-year-old's in a ring fighting grown-ass men, unlike you, Rangy. Do you understand? There's a massive difference, isn't there? And then you're inciting people to come on and go, I know where she lives, I'm coming for her. Well, all of these things that Mr. Latif have done in response and to me exposing him, he's actually exposed himself, and even the police have said over and over, he's inciting violence. And that's where now I'm going to say, as from tonight, Mr. Latif, I'd be very careful who's in your circle, because you see them private little Zoom calls. Well, I've all the behind the footages, because haven't I already exploited you for showing off your skills when it comes to what is it again? That's right, setting up false attacks on your house. What else did you do? Sit there planning on what we're going to do to get out of jail free card. Do you remember that? Well, now it's your turn to be exploited. You know, like you've done to all these women. You see, you better watch and be very careful who's in your little group. It's good when you've got quite a few moles, because you know all this information that's coming my way and your private little Zoom videos. Where do you think they're going on a weekly? You inciting all this hate on me, like I haven't heard the conversations that have been taking place between you, Baz, Tarek, Neo Anderson. I've heard it all. And what was you all planning last weekend, eh? You're planning on what? Hacking social media accounts? Oh yeah, did you all know as well, guys, that they've been trying to obtain my birth certificates? Did you all know they're trying to obtain my children's birth certificates as well? And then to top it off, they've also been trying to obtain my mum's death records. Because this is, once again, they're using that we work for LCS News. Well, little do they know, I get told every time someone or something is trying to get something of mine. Because that's how it should be, really. You know, everyone's got rights. You can't just go around trying to obtain records of people. Don't work like that. So, yeah, every week they've been observed in these private Zoom calls. And do you know what they mainly talk about? Inciting hate. And what'll happen is, on a Wednesday, you'll get Rangy going, right, guys, we can't discuss what we've been saying on TikTok. What we discuss on here, we can't say on TikTok. But tonight, I'm going to tell you all about what's going on. So, do you want to know what he's been doing about me, guys? Are you ready for this? He's been telling everyone for months that I am a social worker, that I am a judge. Then I'm MI5. Then we go from MI5 to now I'm a fucking undercover police officer. I mean, I don't know I'm undercover. There's nothing undercover about me. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to be loud for a reason. That's because it's publicly documented, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm definitely not undercover. However, Judge Matthews. My name's Michelle Matthews. The judge who gave Rangy a gagging order recently is called Judge Matthews. Well, Rangy has been telling everyone I am related to Judge Matthews because I've got the same surname. Well, I thought it was hilarious because, did you know, Judge Matthews comes from Newcastle, you know, Middlesbrough, and I come from, well, I was born in London but lived in Manchester all my life. So I don't think I've got family in the Cleveland area, but however, why man, apparently I'm related to Judge Matthews. So when I told the police, even the police are like, he's fucking stupid, this guy. He's an absolute clown. And me and the copper were having a laugh, and then the other copper went, hang on, show me his van again, Michelle. So I did. The officer went, he were outside our station the other day. What a fucking idiot. That's my police force. That is what my police officers round here think of him. A wally, a clown, and pathetic. And do you know what they have said now? Every time he's travelled to my police station, they put it down as further harassment. Because why is he going out of his way to drive from Middlesbrough all the way to Ashton police station? And once again, if he was a big hard man, yeah, instead of sending in all these little boys to come and do his dirty work, why don't you stop running to my police station and come and run to my front door, innit? Because you know how much that pisses me off. You can't just come on here and go running to the police, but you're putting out threats and inciting hate. So anyway, the last few weeks, I'm not going to let out here, we've got a few people. However, thankfully, they're amazing. They've knackered, guys. They've been sending me footages of behind the scenes and these Zoom calls. And Rangy's telling everyone, you see that Inspector Queen? Well, don't trust her because she's a Freemason. And I'm just, yeah, and I'm just like, what is this guy on? And then I see all these women going, don't worry, Rangy, we'll sort her out. We won't listen to it. You won't be sorting no one out, love. Karen, Julie, Barbara's, fucking... You won't be sorting no one. Especially not that Danielle Monaghan from Ireland. Yeah, you know, that racist woman who said, what was it again? She's coming on a plane. She's going to come and see to me. All on behalf of Rangy, this is. Bear in mind, Rangy's never met these people. These people have never met Rangy personally, but they're all now coming to threaten me. Please come, ladies. Because if the men can't handle me, I doubt you can. Do you know what I'm saying? But why the threats? Does it... Like, you've got to ask yourself, you know, when you're coming on here complaining about social workers taking your kids, that's why. Because if you're coming on here going, I'm going to rip your head off and I'm coming for you, what are you capable of doing to your kids? Because, you know, I've admitted it, I'm an angry soul. And when I'm angry, like, literally, I'm fucking angry. But I'm also sitting here admitting I still need support. I need a bit of guidance. You lot, you're all coming on here going, it's the social worker's fault. It's the policeman's fault. No, it's your fault. And the quicker you realise that, the fucking better. Because then maybe you'll be able to safeguard your kids appropriately instead of coming on here going, yes, my child this and my child that. Because you know how much it pisses me off watching some of you parents just hand over your child's life just like that. Because that's what you've done. It's like no one ever watches TV anymore as well to watch awareness things. Did anyone watch Groomed on Channel 4? Did anyone watch that documentary about them girls? Because me and Vimto did. And you know how much... Oh, I can't even explain it into fucking words right now. What that did to me. But, did you watch it? Because I think now, maybe the voices of victims and survivors should come first instead of these perpetrators. And I think if more and more people come together... Yeah, we don't need to be going out causing violence and destructions in social workers' buildings and whatnot. No, we don't. We need to be creating nice, peaceful communities that can come up with some ideas. Like a young people's hub. Real professionals coming together. You know, people that have got personal experiences but also can prove they are safe to work with individuals. Do you know what I mean? We need people like that can come together and create some, basically, you know, a bit of a platform for our parents to come to a safety zone. But I would still not advise anyone to rely on social media for help. What did you all do before TikTok or Facebook come along? You know, so you know when you went for a poo at 2 o'clock in the afternoon back in 1992, well, you didn't have Facebook, did you, to upload it to? Now... We're in 2025 and all you see on Facebook is going for a poo at 2 o'clock, going to the doctors at 4 o'clock. Like, get a fucking grip. Who cares? Do you know what I mean? What did you do before social media ever existed for help? And this is what annoys me today. There's enough services out there, even though we feel like there isn't. All they need is money. All they need is a kick up the bum, and eventually these services will start getting in line. But at the same time, you have still got to use these services. You've got to keep fighting. You can't just come on social media one day and think, right, who's going to help me with this solution? Because no one can help with a solution. You don't know who these people are online or anything. Now, going back to the Mr. XY situation, and I'm going to make this clear, it does state in the records, Mr. XY's connections were what led him to become an informant, because he had good connections with all these criminals. You know, rapists, abusers. Now, despite all that being told, that he was already a risk, blah, 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 he is now protected for the rest of his days when it comes to Operation Sanctuary because of that gagging order. And that means potentially more women are going to be at risk. And that's why right now, I'm going to keep fighting. I'm not going to let this drop. and I will continue to fight it. Even when he comes off TikTok, don't think I'm just going to sit here and keep quiet, because I'm not. Right? I've informed the councils, everyone of LCS News, and I don't give a fuck. I publicly documented it, and I will continue to do that for the simple fact, not only am I protecting myself, but I'm showing everyone on air games up with him. And I promised you that I wasn't lying, that I will deliver you the truth, I will deliver something to you, because at the end of the day, it costs nothing to do so. What am I actually gaining out of this? You know, I don't know this man personally, even though I feel like I've actually sat next to him now. It's weird. I genuinely do, but I'm just saying, I didn't just wake up one day in my hometown and think, oh, I'm going to tarnish that man's name. No, it don't work like that. I observed his behaviours and I didn't like him. And right now, to this day, I'm sick of still observing these behaviours. It's bang out of order how it's been allowed to continue. So I'm going to continue to shout from the rooftops. No one's going to, gag me on that one. However, this Mr. XY situation, a lot of people have been saying to me for months, how do you know it's him, Michelle? I just want everyone to take my word, because I am here after 14 months. No criminal convictions, no proceedings, nothing. Not even a fucking caution. In fact, I've not even had a telling off. Nothing. Right? 14 months. So what I want you to say to yourself right now is, why has Michelle not been arrested? But Rangy was supposed to go into the police stations and go, I'm exposing the police today, peeps. But then he ends up getting arrested. How is it he's been arrested and been on bail multiple times? No, not yet, Kez. It says, get more viewers, unlock. I've got to unlock a feature or something after 30 minutes. It's got like a little clock thing on it. It's a bit weird. Literally, I want you to ask yourself, why is Michelle still doing this after 14 months? Do you know what I mean? Why have I not been arrested? Why is it I've actually confirmed with you his file can only be opened by an inspector at Cleveland Police Station? How would I know that? What does it mean when your file's protected? Why does he say in his own words, all these chief commissioners? When do you have chief commissioners of police in family law? You don't. And all these little things that I've been trying to get out to you guys, well, this is why, because it's not reality. We don't have police commissioners sat in, family law. We just don't. I've never known going to a family proceedings, oh, a police commissioner's coming to the meeting. It's stupid. Never heard of that before. I also want you to ask yourself, I'm not the only person that's come forward, so why is everyone picking on me? Why, do you know what I mean? Why are y'all picking on me now? Why are you not actually sitting down going, yeah, but Michelle's not the only woman? Do you know what I mean? Why don't it bother some of yous when you see men treat women like this? Like, look at what happened last night in Talent's Live, in the comments. If you want to go and see inside Inspector Queen, go on OnlyFans. How disgusting was that? And you know what guy that was? M.I. He's now called himself If You Know, You Know. That's Rangy's partner. You know, the one who's growing them daft seeds on this farm? Well, he put out last night in a threat, because that's how the police have took it today, that movies are going to be coming to a cinema near me, and if people want to come and see inside me, they better go on such a website. So now, what he's done, he exposed himself further last night and also exposed Rangy and how LCS News work. And you know what sickens me? When some of you women sit there and go, that's funny, that. No, it's fucking not. No, it's not. Do you really think that's right for a man to say something like that about a woman? Because I think you're sick and deluded. Do you know what I mean? Some of you are really bad drama creators that Your loyalties go out the window, and you don't care when you see a woman being essaying, harassed on this app. Some of you actually laugh and go along with it. Well, I don't find it funny. Because you wouldn't find it funny, would you, if it were you? Or your daughter, your niece, and someone was writing that about them, you'd be livid. So why do you think you can do it with me? Because don't think I'm going to sit back and allow that shit, not a chance. And all these men that have been coming as third parties on behalf of Rangy keep going on about my body parts. You're all going to be getting exposed. And you know, your wives and your girlfriends, well, they're wrongins, aren't they? Because they're sat there allowing their man to look at another woman. Ugh. Do you know what that tells me? Hey. Desperation. You've got to sit there and feel powerful by picking on women. Just like last night, not one person actually said it was wrong other than my friends. We had Rose and my good friend Vimto. And not one person other than them two said, that's wrong, that. It just shows you, doesn't it, what's really on this app. Do you know what I mean? But these men who keep coming for me, they can continue to keep coming for me. Because I think it's fair to say, look at the reactions of them all up to you. They can't cope with me. And if they can't cope with me, then yeah, I think you can all imagine I can't even cope with me half the time, do you know what I mean? So yeah, they can't cope with me. I like it, it's intimidating, and I'll continue to do it. However, I don't need to billy bullshit, and I don't need to come on here on a daily and go, look at me, I've got some new information. No, if I go quiet for days or a couple of weeks, I'll be back. And when I come back, I always come back with something. And that's what people need to realise. So, Mr. XY, I'm telling you now, I realised it was Rangy when I went away and did a lot of research into the matter. So when you look at Mr. XY's behaviour, right, I want you to read this, guys. 1 second. Oh, there's loads of snakes in here, babe. They can go... Oh, in their case, we're going, oh, shit. Do you know what I mean? Let's have a nose there. Let's have a look. I like that name, Kebab Lover. That's a good one. Yeah, well, I'll just keep my eye out on these views. So, yeah, we'll have all the snakes. We're not bothered. Where is it? So, XY says he's now been forced to live on benefits as without a new identity. He will never be able to find a job. Do you want to tell Rangy to get off his rear and go and do a hard day's work, will ya? Because right now he's sat up all night, yeah, watching people and stalking me on air and sleeps all day. Does he look like he's disabled or ill? No, he doesn't. If he can run the streets in a big van with stickers on it, he can get off his ass and he can go out and do a day's work, can't he? Has anyone actually questioned that? How did he lose all his businesses? Where have they all gone? Thought he had designer clothing and shops. Do you know what I mean? You think he'd be balling by now. But no, was anyone actually ever questioned? Oh, they can all go and report back to Shell. Why does she want to be a fucking topic of conversation and topic of people's minds? Just wait till the end of this in a minute. Anyway, so yeah, sorry guys, I've just got a bit of an issue right now with some weirdo woman who's been stalking me as well as Rangy, and when you tell her you don't want to be a friend, well, she spits a dummy out, and you know what, an exposure will be done on her. I don't give a crap. Right, we're not having it. So, Shelly Belly, you better run away. Hi, Free Palestine, my darling. I hope you're good, my lovely. And you, CH. So, Shelly Belly, yeah. We might have the same name, but yours is with a C, mine's with a fucking S. Shelly, okay? You, Shell, better get a grip and leave me and my friend Vinto alone, because I am going to expose your ass. And what happened to the last female? That's right, Maria Clark. Yeah, she's gone, hasn't she? She lost the sting. Do you remember that? There's no more bzzz. It's gone. Well, that's what's going to happen to you if you continue trying to keep harassing us. Now leave us alone, because I'm telling you, girl, you don't want to keep pushing it. I'm good, darling. How are you? So, as I say, right, guys, Rangy had all these businesses balling in it, and I'm going to chase someone up now in the comments. Remember Anwar Diamonds? Yeah? Well, he was selling products like he was selling Avon products, and he used to make jokes about, well, I don't think it was a joke on his side, but it was to everyone else. He was going to become a millionaire. Now, the other night, he sat there and he wanted people to donate him £1 million a year. In what mind? What planet is he actually living on? Who's donating £1 million to him every year? Do you know what I mean? Hang on, what I can't even... I'm away. I can't even say it. I'm away. Well, look at the comments, guys. It's there. See, I bet you're giggling at me now. I had a giggle about that earlier on. It's your fault. So, oh, it's nice to see you in here, actually, my darling. So, yeah, guys, you've got to ask yourself, why is he not working today? Why can this big grown-ass man drive a van, do some screaming and shouting, but he literally cannot go out and do a hard day's work? No, well, I feel like I've got a cold. Believe it or not, it's my asthma. As everyone knows, I've been poorly with my lungs and my breathing. So at the minute, I've got rhinitis, which is a weird one, isn't it? It's where my nasal passage basically is just blocked up all the time. Hay fever's aggravated, and my asthma, and I've got a shadow on the lung. However, I'm doing all right. I've just got to have some regular scans now on my lungs, and I've got inflamed tissue on the lungs. So when I'm trying to do a deep breath in, it can sometimes be a little bit restricted, but I am actually due to have a breathing test done at the hospital next week. Other than that, though, I'm getting there. I'm not going to lie, it hasn't been easy, but one thing I don't do is let me being ill stop doing what I'm doing. And I think, I won't lie to you, being drained, guys, this is draining doing this. It's not easy to do. Even sitting here talking, getting wound up, when people wind you up, you're like, oh my God, they're just trying to aggravate me. But, you know, it ain't going to stop me. And as I said, I'm passionate. I'm not gaining anything out of doing it. Do you know what I mean? Even when I am at home fucking ill, like, I can't just sit there. My mind goes 150 mile an hour, but my body doesn't have the energy some days to catch up with my mind. That's the truth. And thank you, my darling. And I hope you're all good as well. And I'm sending you loads of love, sweetheart. We need a good catch-up, actually. We'll all have a good chat if you want. Tomorrow, a group chat. Let me know. So, as I say, guys, XY has now not got a job. Can't get a job. Rangy's own words earlier was he's had businesses all his life. Why doesn't he have a business today? Why doesn't he have nothing behind him today? Why doesn't he have a stable home? Why doesn't he have stability, full stop? That is a big question. Well, just like Mr. XY, you know, he's got to look over his back. He's never going to be able to settle because there's people after him. And it's not 007. It's not social workers or MI5. These are people that have been sent to prison, well, clearly because of Mr. XY. Bear with me. I want to show you something. Read that, guys. Years later, the force recruited him to work as an informant on the massive Operation Sanctuary inquiry And it mad I don't get restricted when you don't read out, like, but if you just put it on the screen quickly and then flick to the next, you don't get a restriction. Trust me, I've been learning all new tactics on here. So here we go, guys. This is what I want to give you insight to. In the case of XY, it's clear that his relationships with others have allowed the police to prevent and detect some of the most serious crimes occurring in our communities. This would not have been possible through conventional methods. Here's a bit of that court order on XY. He did not want his details disclosed, as this would put his family in danger. He said he wanted to withdraw his allegations and they were false, since he did not trust solicitors. Who else doesn't trust solicitors, eh? Eh? Who don't trust solicitors? Who will tell you they're getting you a solicitor at midnight? But then they'll go and stand in a protest and go, don't trust your solicitors, they're all corrupt. Shh. Do you know what I mean? Now let me just go into this file. So just to prove something to you, yeah, last night was a full-on setup. Because look, there's proof there were no victims to Mr. XY during Operation Sanctuary. It says there, the judge said, despite the criticisms levelled the police for the use of XY, there is no evidence that XY was guilty of any misconduct towards any of the complaints or anyone else during his time as an informant. So what I'm saying is, what victim did he pull out last night? What victim are they talking about? Do you understand now? Where's Mr. XY's victim? Because if people listen to me from the beginning, to become an informant, you've already got to be a flipping criminal. Do you know what I mean? He'd already done his part and his whatever previous. He did not take part, though, in any misconduct during Operation Sanctuary. So what I'm saying is, yeah, last night when they come up with the victim of XY, what are you on about? Like, this is how stupid Mr. XY Rangy is. Because what a desperate attempt to do that. Then he starts fiddling with his earlobe. Like, oh shit. Oh shit. Do you know what I mean? That's what I like. That's when you know you've hit a nerve. And you know what I'm going to say as well? All I've seen for the past 3 weeks is all these men reading out Rangy's ex-wife stories about her. Well, I'm going to tell you once again, shut your mouths. Speaking about a woman you don't know. And that woman is so amazing. Lovely soul. Warm-hearted. And you know her family, even they're amazing. She ended up with a child. Full-time. All of them. Do you know why? Because she was not a risk. So how can these men sit on here today and have the cheek to talk about another woman who they don't know, never met, no one's ever heard her voice, but they're going, you know, she abused Rangy and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I've put the proof out there just to shut you all the fuck up. And the next man I catch speaking about Rangy's ex-wife in a manner, disgusting manner, or a threat, then I promise you now, I'll take it on the chin for her, because I will make sure you pay just like Rangy is doing right now within these investigations, because he's fully aware he's being investigated. He makes it obvious. He thinks he's above the law. Even Mr. XY said that in his words. It's his way or no way. So we're going to give it his way, right? But what we're not going to do is, we're not going to have minions coming along going, this woman this and that woman's a bitch and this woman's a bitch. Are you mad? Are you mad because you really don't want to meet me? Because you know when that happened to me once upon a time, I have an ex-partner, and Jesus Christ, I was with him from being 14. He was 19 when I got with him. We split up when I was in my early 20s. Today, in general, I'm 35. And you know what? He just doesn't know when to leave me alone. The guy's always got to be there, and my kids are grown-ass men, yeah, literally they are. And yet he's still lingering. Do you know what I mean? And then what he'll do, he'll go around and go, my baby mum, she's a bitch, and she's this and she's that, yeah, she took me kids. But what they don't tell you is, yeah, they've got restraining orders in place because they're a danger to the kids and their ex-partners and whatnot. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, I'm not going to be sitting here watching someone else experience something that I had to experience. And not just the fact that I've got the training in sexual exploitation awareness already. I've literally got my qualifications, guys, done all my training, and that was one course I absolutely loved doing. I put my all into that, sat up till all hours in the night studying and having to pretend I'm in a criminal's mind, because even though I've got a past as a young girl, I'm not a genuine criminal. Do you know what I mean? I was a juvie who got sent to prison for a silly asball because I was a silly, stupid girl, not a woman. Whereas now I am a flipping woman, and I know what's right and I know what's wrong, but certainly I ain't no wronging. Do you know what I mean? So when you look at Rangy and you look at all these wrongins on here, and they're all like just getting away with murder, it affects me really bad. It really does, guys. And I can't sit here and just accept that, because, you know what, there is a massive pandemic when it comes to voices not being heard. And is it really fair that women should have to sit here? They're in hiding. They're in hiding for a reason, but there's a group of strange men discussing threats and what they're going to do to them and shit online. It's wrong, and that is inciting hate and violence, and that is not nice. So yeah, every time, you know, I get the footages in the Zoom calls, just so Rangy knows, he'll never guess who it is, either my mole. He really won't. However, he needs to be very careful, because every footage now is being sent off to the police every week. And what they're hoping that is for is to prevent Rangy from getting at his wife, prevent Rangy from keep trying to abuse me and incite hate towards myself. He seems to be picking all these bald-headed fellas up that look like Phil Mitchell's, but Timu versions. Do you know what I mean? And what they'll all do, they'll stalk me, start going on about my lady parts and stuff like that, and then they start posting pictures of me. These are weird men that don't know me, never met me in their lives, and they've even wrote to my home address. Especially that Neo Anderson. I mean, that guy's got a right obsession, but they're all wrong uns. And this is what I'm saying. These are a group of men right now who were shouting, they're going to help the women. They're here to help the children and the women and support them. How is that supporting women and kids? That is totally going against now what they're supposed to be promoting, and that is safeguarding to women and children, not exploiting them, not talking in a degrading manner about women, because it's not acceptable at all. Do you know what I mean? So if you read that, guys, the only reason I'm not reading it out too much is because I don't want to get bananaed, so I'm playing clever. So yeah, you can see there. Which bit shall I read out about getting bananaed? The lawful and regulated use of such tactics is always overseen by a senior police officer. Now, do you remember when Rangy spoke about the independent review that should have gone ahead, and, you know, if they did the crime review, they would have been able to get answers? Well, that's what he's talking about. That's what he's referring to. He still believes in his mind that the police are corrupt and the police let him down during the Operation Sanctuary because they wouldn't protect his identity. Read that. In 15, there will be 4 trials involving 25 defendants. It's a bit weird, that, isn't it? Especially at the fact that, well, I think I proved to you, the poor ex-wife had to get out by 2015. Yeah, and I've said it since day one, didn't I? his name come up. And just like, you know, this is normal protocol. If your partner now goes out and does anything wrong, especially to do with children, clearly you can have a social worker at your front door whether you like it or not. And that social worker will come to your door because they're not there just to protect your kids, they're there to protect you as well. So I am going to be totally honest, because I've said this since day one. I do know the scenario, and I think a lot of people are more shocked that I actually found this out well over a year ago. And I've sat with the police since, and even the police are still asking me, how the hell did I find everything out? So, that list, well, social workers went to all the, you know, the list of them men? Social workers had to go out to their families and discuss with the wives and the children. You know, your dad's not coming home now. Some of them have been remanded into prison. There's one girl right now claiming that her dad's innocent and Mr. XY set him up. And she's out there looking for him. I think she may be called Miss Zaman. So even if Mr. Zaman's daughter right now is watching this, please do come forward, because I'll help you get a few answers. However, Mr. Latif claims that he's been getting targeted with petrol bombs and he's been getting attacked, and people would ask him to drop charges of child SA from 2015, but he broke silence in 2010. Just read all bits of that on the screen. Anyone can get access to his full-on report. However, social workers went into his family and said, look, the wife and children need to be put to safety, because Mr. Latif, not only is his name on the NSPCC list, but is now involved in something so bad and big that it does involve children, because during his time as Mr. XY, in 2015, Mr. XY was also accused of doing inappropriate remarks to young girls, and also an assault on a 13-year-old girl. What did Rangy say in his own words on that video? During social workers' involvement, 2 girls were raped. But I say, one in white, English. I mean, what is she, a fucking object? And then he goes, the other one was an Asian girl. And, you know, Pakistani. He really spoke about them girls like they're just objects. Like they're not meaningful. And that's what really pisses me off in his instincts with these people, these groomers. They've got no heart in them, or they wouldn't do the crimes in the first place. What can we have? Yes, definitely, Kez. I'm coming off in a minute anyway, babe. But we will resume this live, guys, tomorrow. So don't worry, we're going to be continuing it on. But I just want you to know that when the social workers went in it, I want you to look at the dates. 2015, Rangy says in his own words, 2015, 2 girls come forward. Then in another video, he mentions another 2 girls. One was 14, one was 15. Social workers come into his home affair, and during social workers' involvement, these girls have been great. Now, you've got to understand, if your partner went out and did something like that, of course you can have social workers at your door, aren't you? Well, that was the scenario. The wife got alerted. She now has to get out with the children for safety because Rangy is in a lot of trouble. And just like he says in his own words, what was it again? He's been targeted for many, many years. 5, 6 years he has. 1 minute he's telling you the wife attacked him, which is a load of shit, guys. A load of shit. Then he'll tell you MI5 attacked him. Off-duty police officers attacked him. Well, that's not true. Like, why isn't this happening to everybody else? Do you know what I mean? And all that. You need to wake up, people, because you're next. Your child's getting took, is it? Why? What are you going to do? Because that's the way I see it. Like, who the fuck is this guy telling genuine parents here who are doing a freaking good job? Who is he to tell them their kids are going to be next? Do you know what I mean? I think that's quite scary, isn't it? Because to me, that's like a little bit of a, yeah. I mean, how many times has he made admissions about trafficking children? Do you know what I mean? And then the other night, he turns around and says, apparently he walks into social services and he steals children and takes their mothers to different places. Like, I didn't even think social workers would allow that to happen, especially when he's got an ASBO. And he's not even allowed in a social worker's building, is he? I mean, exposed again, Rangy, exposed. How are you going in taking mums and children from social services if you, my friend, have an ASBO to not enter the fucking building? Don't make sense, does it? But once again, I'm called Crown Prosecutor Online for a reason, and you need to stay tuned in, because I am going to be hitting your nerve all week this week. I am coming all out on you all. I don't care. Every single day we're going to do a breakdown of the Wrong and Roundup. It's going to include Neo. In fact, it's going to include all of you. I don't care. Everyone involved in that little LCS crap, you're all getting exposed. You remember when him and Maria's... Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, Rangy will use, them fake predator stingers, like one called Maria Clark. And she'll often use phrases like, don't ring social workers, ring me and I'll come and look after your kids. Are you for fucking real? Please, calm down, bitch, because that ain't happening. Do you know what I mean? Let's all just rely on someone on TikTok to mind our kids when we're having a bad day. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, honestly. So guys, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to continue this live tomorrow. Every day now this week, I thought about this long and hard today. Every day I'm going to be doing a live. It's going to be in the evening, and we're going to keep discussing this. Tonight, I won't lie, I'm very overwhelmed. I've not been on for a while, and when you keep explaining it over and over and over again, you get drained. So I'll come on a little bit earlier tomorrow and we'll resume this. I'll have lots more info as well, because this is the thing. I'm not drip feeding. I'm not doing all that bullshit Rangy does. I've been upfront since day one. Why can't he just be a man and come and have it out? Do you know, this was an innocent man, he'd be screaming, wouldn't he? If you was an innocent man being accused of all these things, you'd be screaming, you'd be shouting, you'd be going nuts, trying to clear your innocence. But no, he's not. He's just sat back letting everyone else do it. And once again, that ties in with the let's incite hate and violence, because that's all he can do. Especially in these Zoom calls, he's telling people to go away, look me up. Do you know what I mean? I wake up in the mornings and I've got people sending me requests. Yeah, he's telling them all I'm a corrupt professional who was once in prison as a teenager and now I'm allowed to be a professional. Well, number one, yes, I am allowed to be a professional today and work towards being a professional because I was a juvenile. That's what it's classed as. Number two, right, I've turned my life around. Who is this guy to tell me I can't grow up, turn my life around, but him at the age of 50 can have an ASBO for threatening women at the places of work, and he still thinks he can go around safeguarding women when a lady with autism a couple of days ago has just come forward and told the whole world what he's done to her. Like, this guy is on some really fantastic mushrooms. I bet that MI is actually supplying the seeds, I'm telling you now. Because they're all living in cuckoo land. And I'm telling you now, they are. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I've just never seen so much bullshit in my life. And I don't even know people. It scares me, that there's a lot of people on here that live with these tinfoil hats on. You're all worrying me. You're all thinking, what is it, G5, whatever, fucking high five, fucking phone leads and BT, and everyone's bugging you, and just get a grip. Go out there and live a life. There's a beautiful life out there, I get up every day and I'm grateful to just have a nice, beautiful garden with some animals to take my mind off it, because if I didn't have them, I'm telling you now, I would think life is a bit shit. And this is what I'm saying. Some of you need to get off here, get them tinfoil hats off. If some of you have still got a fight to get your kids back, then only you can do that. get off TikTok, because now you're giving yourself a bad name, you're mixing in with the wrong people. That's only going to go against your cases. And I think that's where some of you don't realise as well. If you seem to be associated with the wrong uns, core social workers are going to be asking questions and, you know, coming after you. And I'm sorry, but it's only fair that they do, because if you're, you know, happily there exploiting your children and the ins and the outs of what your children look like, the names, the date of births, then yeah, you know better really some days, higher than others. Do you know what I mean? So you do need to take accountability for that. I'm sorry, but you do. So yeah, guys, it's been an eventful night. Fucking hell, time's gone pretty quick. Do you know what I mean? How mad is that? But I've actually enjoyed coming on tonight, because I've done a lot of talking to the point it's made me feel tired. That's how I'm like, nah, because I'm just knackered now, guys. But tomorrow I'll be a little bit fresh-headed. I do apologise, I am poorly at the minute, so that's just not helping matters, because when I'm breathless and whatnot, that can interfere with the way I do come across. And last night, you know, we had some idiot trying to go, oh, look at her getting angry. No, love. I might have been getting angry, but at the same time I've got breathing difficulties. So some people are actually thinking I'm getting hyped up, and I'm genuinely not. I'm genuinely breathless. So don't be getting a bit carried away with yourselves, because I've noticed that's a very good tactic that LCS news like to use. They'll try and blame it on the women, but there again, most of them are men that have come together after the baby mums have got restraining orders on them. Do you know what I mean? You still on the same? Yes, I am, my lovely. Just, if you want to message me through text message, if that's okay, my darling. Thank you, Talib. But yeah, guys, said it how it is again tonight. I won't stop, and tomorrow we will have a part 2. I will go into a little bit more depth with the court orders. I'll have my other device, which I will show you videos and whatnot. But yeah, tonight I really just wanted to discuss about last night's episode, because that setup was so fucking desperate and funny. I was really rolling around my bed like in stitches, but at the same time I was pissed off. I was pissed off that was mocking the real victims in Operation Sanctuary, because that's how it comes across anyway. Do you know what I mean? How can you say there's a victim when the articles are saying there isn't? So now he's just made himself look more stupid. That makes sense. But Rangy knows where I am. We all know he's not going to come and speak to me like a real man. Anyway, guys, we've got a bit of another issue going on. So briefly, just give me a second. Give me a second. I've got to use. Give me a second. I've got to use some. Give me a second. I've got to use some. Right, guys, I'm going to show you something now. I've got some real issues going on here as well. I don't know where I pull these people from. So, guys, you're probably all wondering, what the fuck is that, Michelle? Well, I'm going to explain now, because some women have got some serious damning issues and I'm getting really concerned. And so let's put Rangy down for a minute, yeah, and his little cronies. Well, as you all know, I was exposing Maria Clark not long ago, and she has gone quiet. She shut her mouth, which is all great, but, you know, she was another one. She gaslighted and put victims in the firing line, thought she could post my kids up, then start getting these men and Rangy. Where's Queen Bee's youngest son? No one ever sees him, you know, because she's another little wrong un. She wanted me to take a picture to prove I have a child in my car to go, look at me, I've got my son. Why am I going to be giving pictures of my fucking kids to people like her? She looks like fucking Bow Selector that's been slapped with a wet fish. Do you know what I mean? So then, right, during that time with Maria Clark, everyone's like, thank you, Michelle, for exposing her. The bitch don't know what's hit her. Thanks to you, Michelle. She's no longer a predator stinger. Oh, I had it all right. And I'm at it. Well, do you know what? At least another one bites the dust, yeah? So then this one comes along here. Shell Skidmark. That's what we've nicknamed her, yeah? But her real name is Shell fucking Skidmore. So this one comes to me out of the blue, befriending me, and I'm like, no problem, you know, what's Maria done to you? She's exposed me. So I said, well, what's she exposed you for if you've done nothing? Like, what you worried for? Because the only time, listen, when people say they're going to expose me, I sit here laughing. Good luck. Do you know what I mean? Good luck. This is why no one can ever come at me. Because they can't fucking get nothing, because I've exposed myself by telling the truth and breaking the ice about my own past. So this is what I'm saying, always be one step ahead. So I'm saying, so, well, if you've done nothing, you're not going to be bothered about being exposed, I shall. Oh, no. So then she couldn't wait then one day to get in touch with me to tell me that pictures have been posted of me by Maria on Facebook. I said, I don't really care. But then I got upset because my son was being mentioned now. She was using the fact that Maria Clark's telling everyone that no one ever sees your youngest son. Well, I was livid, guys. So then Shell, don't worry, I've sorted it for you, Michelle. Don't worry, I promise you, she won't continue to do this shit. So I'm like, oh, thank you, hon. You know, thinking she's being nice. You know, she's done something there for me. You know, I hope if she needs me to do anything for her in the future, I'll be here to support her, no problem. Thought that were it. So then she'd message me, and then we'd message her on a regular, like, hi darling, you okay, how are you? Because anyone who knows me, even Vimto can vouch for me on this, I'm not a horrible person, right? Once you're in with me, that's it. I'm a proper genuine person. So I don't get up in the mornings and start putting blunt messages and shit. I'll get up and go, morning sweetheart, how are you? Or morning my lovely. That's just how I am. Now, what's happened is, over time, I told Shell, I'm really busy. I am a full-time carer for my son, which I am. He's poorly, he's waiting for surgery, and I'm poorly. So at the minute, our lives consist of hospitals, appointments with his schooling. He's now, having to go into college. I've got so much going on as a mum. My priorities come first. So I'm telling her all of this. Right, a bit like the Maria Clark situation. You don't get back to him just like that. That's it then. You've not given him the attention he wants, so then they start coming out with threats and whatnot. Wow. So then I'm thinking, well, do you know what? I've just told her now that I've got loads of things to do. Hopefully she'll take it on board. Well, I started getting messages. Really bad messages like, I'm going to leave you to it now. And then I'd be like, please don't be like that, Shell. I've not done anything. Like, what's wrong with you? I've just been really busy now. I was finding myself apologising to the bitch, and believe me, I've got so much to show you. And I'll play it tomorrow. If this bitch wants to continue, how about I show you, yeah, the last voice note that I sent her 2 days ago, crying my eyes out, asking her to leave me alone. Asking her to leave me alone. Because every week now, once or twice a week, random messages. I don't understand why you won't talk to me. I'll leave you to it now. Please don't be like that, Shell. I've not done anything. No, it doesn't matter now. She's playing all these horrible mind games. And the last time I actually apologised for something I never did was the last time I was in a domestic violence relationship. So why does some bitch think she's going to enter my life, try and befriend me, and when I don't get back to her, she's going to play all these mind games. And I'm thinking, wow, why am I apologising? I even rang Vimto and I was crying my eyes out. Why the fuck am I apologising for something I've not even done? All because I didn't get back to her when she wanted. So then, she messages my friend Vimto. Don't know what I've done to Michelle. I only ever wanted to be a friend. So then when that didn't work, Kerry told her, Vimto told her to fuck off. Because now you've got to think now, Vimto is innocent in all of this. But now she's getting dragged into it and she's having to defend me. Michelle doesn't owe her time to no one. And do you know what? Hat off to Vimto. She's been so amazing throughout all of this. Right? But then poor Vimto, Kerry, is being brought into it. And I'm like, hang on. No one should be defending me here. Why is she going to Kez when she's fucking ill as well? I'm not having this. I'm not having some woman who I don't want to be friends with tagging along with everyone else going, Michelle doesn't want to be my friend, so now I'm going to be a bitch with him. If I don't want to be someone's friend, I will not be summoned to be your friend. Right? And that's where I'm going to say now, this bitch better stop pushing her fucking luck with me and Vimto Bubbles. Because I tell you what, there'll be more than fucking Vimto Bubbles going pop, pop, pop. Telling you now, Shell. Don't push it. So anyway, guys, check this out. I have done nothing but stick up for you. Right now, because Kez told her to fuck off. This is a message I got afterwards. So at first she went to Kez Vimto Bubbles to complain about me not wanting to be a friend. And then she comes back to me and tells me, look what Kez has just said. Now read that top message. I know we're not talking, but what Kerry has said to me is shocking today. Absolutely shocking. You don't say that to anyone. All she said was fuck off. If no one wants to be your friend and get a grip or something like that. I never said that. I am so low right now. When I'm better, I'm exposing bullies. She'll be first on the list. And also, I'm sorry for barging in on your live last night. I never meant that to happen. I feel you were shocked. That's why I wanted to say sorry. Not because I wanted to thank you. I have done nothing but stick up for you. So now, here she's threatening to post me and Vimto up. Now, as you can see, there's no replies in these messages. Because I thought if I just ignored her, she'll go away. Well, she wouldn't. Right, she wouldn't. And it was now pissing me off. Just wait there. Pissing me off. Wait there, guys. Wait there, guys. 1 second. Wait there, guys. 1 second. Are you ready? Because I'm not fucking about, mate. Really not. See this? This is WhatsApp, yeah? So she can't get me on a text message. She'll go to WhatsApp. She'll even say, you're messaging Vimto on WhatsApp. I can see you live, but you won't reply to me. That's how fucking weird things were getting. And I just thought, I'm not doing this shit. Yeah, that's just weird. So look what she sent me. She deleted a message and then sent me that. So I will leave you alone on here and everywhere. Totally come off. Don't worry. Just some advice. I know what it's like to be left alone with no family. Except what I was here. I was only trying to help, to be a friend. Nothing we spoke about will get out. And I never spoke to anyone like I did you. I never sat for 3 hours talking to anyone really. But I was then blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. I'll just read it because I can't be arsed reading it. I'm tired. You see that? That is a woman trying to make me feel like I've got to rely on her. And you know, that's what domestic violence looks like in a relationship, where they want you to rely on them. You've got to owe them something in return because they think they've done you a favour. So what if we had a chat for 3 hours? That's what you do when you're friends. But what you don't do is, it's all right having a chat for 3 hours, but the next day, when you've got a totally busy day and you're sat on your ass doing nothing with your day, you don't start tormenting them, and when they don't reply to you, you don't constantly send out this emotional abuse messages, because that's not how you make friends. If anything, that is being a bully. So what this bitch has decided to do tonight is go onto a dim pack group on Facebook and go, that skanky bitch Michelle Matthews. Yeah, we've just seen the proof. She's threatened to put us up on Facebook because we don't want to be a friend. This is a 40-odd-year-old fucking woman. Can someone just help me out and tell me what's going on? 29th of March. Hello, darling. You all okay?